Hello, everyone. This is Saturday, February 15th. This is class 4, week 19. I don't know why I said it backwards. Whatever, it's recorded. Um, welcome, welcome. First things first, before I forget, we actually have Judith to present on team projects later today. She's going to be joining us around 10 a.m. So we'll go ahead and cover a little bit about group projects, get into the lesson today, find a good stopping point. Then I'll hand over the class to Judith. She'll do her thing for a couple hours. We'll break for lunch. We'll come back and then wrap up with some probably either guided instruction or individual work, depending on how far we get in the first uh, hour 40 or so of the class. Does that make sense? Yes? Alrighty. As I mentioned earlier, Judith's going to take over. She's going to give you the little spiel. She's awesome. She'll talk about group projects. I'll send your group teams, your teams, not group teams. That's redundant. Your teams a little bit later. I'm just going to hit a randomizer and then assign you to your respective projects. I wanted to start today's class with talking about your individual projects and your group projects, since Judith will be joining us. But I think this advice applies to both. Um, I know a lot of you and have had a lot of touch points with you as you've gone through Code Platoon. So some of this might be redundant to some of you, um, but it might be new to a handful of you. And I just wanted to give you a couple of examples of things that I would find useful. It used to be, it used to be that people would tell you for your individual project or your group project, just do something that you love, right? You're going to spend a lot of time on it, do something that you're passionate about or something that you really enjoy, right? Have you guys heard that before about group projects and coding boot camps or something like that? I don't think that no longer applies. Why do I think it? And this is my own personal take, but I try to, word vomit, give you as much information as I can to make your job search a little bit easier or to be slightly more helpful in your journey. Um, I don't think that applies because I think the market's much tougher now. So doing that stuff, like people used to do weird stuff like no shade on them, but like I'm a big Harry Potter fan. Like there's a Harry Potter project, there's a Bigfoot project, there's a bunch of weird projects. Totally fine, right? I would stay away from a lot of that. What I would do if I was in your position is I would try to find a practical solution to something. Why is that? Because you're going to have to, you don't have any real software development experience, at least to a point where people have paid you to write code. So when you get in those interviews, you're going to have to describe some unique technical challenges that you solved, or they'll ask you to describe your personal project, or your group project, or something like that. And you want it to be something pretty useful because that's what people want to pay for. Make sense? Let me give you a real example. My sister used to work for Tractor Supply, and this is where this idea came from. My sister used to work at Tractor Supply, and during COVID, they had a whole weird, like, hybrid policy where they still needed people in the office because, believe it or not, there's mom and pop shops out there that make 10 million a year that still send mail checks, believe it or not, right? The company's three people, and they're killing it. And they send mail. There has to be someone in there to pick up literally the snail mail. But they had a situation where they needed a certain number of people in there. So they would book these agile workspaces, right? On this like company little form or whatever. But then they realized that as more people started, oh, sorry about that. Okay, I'm glad I get flagged. As more people started coming into the office, they realized, hey, there's not enough space. But they're thinking, how is there not enough space if only a fraction of the people are going in? What was happening is people were booking these agile workspaces, these little cubicles, and then not showing up. So it showed on the app that everything was full, but no one was there. So like, oh, this doesn't really make sense. Oh, one of their devs came up with a really sweet integration. They scraped their online forms, right? And they sent text messages out to the employees that booked spaces at 6 a.m. And they had until 8 a.m. to just literally send a yes or a no via text. Yes, I'm coming in, so they would hold the space. Or no, I'm not coming in, and they would cancel it and it would free up that cubicle for anyone else that wanted to book it. That was like a script, but one of their devs did that. That's really useful. Something like that, I would like to talk about in an interview. Pragmatic, pretty straightforward. Uh, So that was a really good solution. I'll give you another example from DRW when I was there. During the summer, we took a lot of interns, and it took people to like, it took real devs to actually commission a GitHub account for these interns, right? Highly paid devs to do like, I don't even know how many there were sometimes, like dozens of these GitHub accounts. What a waste of a highly paid dev skill set, right? Eventually, what did we do? We made it self-service. We created a little UI where they could literally just send the intern a link and they could commission, create their own GitHub account and it'd go through all the processes, right? And it had a timestamp on it. So at X date, we knew it was past the time any interns were at the firm, right? It would close it automatically and it would free up that license for somebody else. I remember sitting in some meetings where like we'd run out of GitHub licenses. I was like, how's that even possible? And it always happened in the summer because of the interns. And we just created that. That's really useful to talk about. I actually talked about that in one of my interviews, even though I wasn't one of the ones that created that little UI. Dope, right? Useful. Now, those highly paid devs can solve bigger problems that we have, right? Not creating GitHub accounts or commissioning licenses for interns. What a waste of time, right? Here's another idea that I've had when I was running once. I grew up outside of Chicago in a small town called Aurora, and Aurora has this really nice trail. They call it the Box Valley Trail that runs to the side of the lake. Really great place to run. And there's a house where my cousin lives that its backyard backs up to the trail, and it has a big yard. What a beautiful house to own! It's literally right next to the trail that you can just hop on and go downtown, right, with hardly any traffic. And I made an offhanded comment to my cousin. We're having lunch or something. Said, hey, that would be a really awesome house to own. And my cousin said, yeah, that would be dope if I knew when it went on sale. And I responded, just write a script that runs every morning, scrape Zillow. The minute that address comes up, it flags you with the link and it sends you an email. And he said, what? And I realized he's not a dev, so he didn't understand that. But that could easily be an app, right? If you were, a real estate agent or something, you could scour your area for what you think the houses with the most value, or you could scrape the description. You notice how ever a house goes on sale and they always put like a quaint means small, or it needs a little TLC. It means you're buying something that's really run down. Maybe you're an investor, right? Easily flag those properties and send you an email every morning. So you have a jump on it, or you're at least aware of it. That would be pretty useful if I was like a real estate agent or something, or a real estate investor. Does that make sense? None of those are like Harry Potter related or finding Yetis or any of that. Granted, I'm sure you fucking love that stuff, and I love it too. But not that pragmatic, not that useful. Market's different. I would try to lean towards something a little bit more pragmatic, something a little bit more useful. Make sense? This applies to your personal project and your group project. Another tip I have for, don't use the weather API. I don't know why, but everyone uses the weather. I think it's just easy to use. And you're going to realize this soon if you haven't already. Different APIs have different documentation and they differ in levels of difficulty. Make sense? Like some have no authentication. You could just ping them like the Pokemon API. That's what's my favorite API to teach nudes on. Some are really complicated, like the Spotify API. That one always comes to mind, right? It has like difficult authentication and integration because of safety features and personal accounts and a lot of different reasons, but not that user friendly at all. Make sense? So keep that in mind when you're thinking about not only group projects, right, that you're going to discuss today, but also personal projects. Try to lean something that you think would be useful or would solve a problem. Make sense? I think I followed this tech guy on Instagram. He was coming out of college, and this is a really good example too. Even though I saw this on Instagram, their university was relatively small, not a big budget, didn't have a parking reservation system, right? So he created one and just gave it to the university for free. And when he graduated, they were still using it. That is dope. I would hire that dude. They have real users. I mean, they have like 1,000 users, but that's crazy. Like that's awesome. You just gift it. It'd be like, hey, I created this for my university. They still use it today. They go to the website, right? And you can show it off literally on in the interview. Be like, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. This is how I did it. It runs on AWS. It's $10 a month,
Guillermo, can I ask
right?
you a question?
Yeah.
When you're talking about the different complexities of the APIs, were you recommending we find one that is a little bit more complicated to show we understand them, or were you saying stick with a simpler one? Don't waste your time on that.
Don't use the weather API. The number of bootcamp projects that I've seen with the weather API is sickening. Do not use the weather API. No one cares.
Okay, you weren't commenting on how complex of an API we choose in general then.
No, just don't use the weather API. I
Okay.
think it's so simple that everyone uses. Also, don't create anything Pokemon related. That's
Okay.
my other point.
Oh, shoot.
You may love it, and I love it too. But I would lean to something a little bit more pragmatic, less. I can't think of the word that I'm thinking for. Less. Can't think of a word. Blanking on the word that I'm looking for. Can't find it. But less like cartoonish, like something pretty serious and useful. Why? Because you're going to have to explain it. Once you get that interview, you're going to have to probably explain it. And I would want to explain something that's useful to a company or brings value. Key thing right now. Or saves a company money, saves developer time. Oh, gimmicky. That's the word I was looking for. Your project needs to be far less gimmicky than it has in the past. Did that answer your question, Kim?
Yeah, that did. Thanks, Guillermo.
Yeah. Um, Here's something that I never see anyone do, but would be useful. Let's say you have a pretty awesome idea, and this is probably going to happen to you if you haven't actually already looked into it. You have a pretty strong idea of something that you want to do, but you can't find the right API. Has anyone run into that yet? Yeah, you can't find the right API. Realize that your personal project and your group project, you're only showing a couple of elements of it. You could create your own API, deploy it, and then use it, and just create like 12 items. Just enough to show the full functionality of what your idea is. I've never seen anyone do that, but that's pretty straightforward. To create an API, you could do it in less than an hour and deploy. I used to deploy it on Heroku, but I think they got rid of the free tier. So maybe DigitalOcean or Netlify or one of the other ones that are still free. Create your own little mini API with your own images or something. Obviously, it's handcrafted, right? But when you show off your personal project and your group project, this is the idea, right? Even if you were in an interview, it's like, hey, this API, there doesn't seem to be one that exists, but I think there'd be value here for this reason is this reason, right? And that's something I've never seen before or had anyone talk about. Someone actually building out an API that they maintain because it brings value to other people. You could eventually monetize that. That's dope, right? Actually, that's kind of a weird segment, but we're using Slack right now. That's more or less how Slack came to be a product. There's a famous investor, I forget his name. They were investing in a startup out of Y Combinator, and they realized after they blew a lot of VC money that it wasn't going to work. But that specific team, right, had built a tool to make engineering easier. The tool was called Slack. They touched base with their investors. They're like, hey, this product I don't think is going to work, but we did build this tool that made engineering easier. It's pretty awesome. We might deploy it as just a SaaS product. And investors are like, well, you already burned like most of the money. Go ahead and launch it. See what happens. Ended up being huge. Slack. There you go. Any questions about what we've discussed? I just want you to start thinking about that. However you take notes would be cool. But especially when you're in that session with Judith, I start thinking about not only your group project ideas, but your individual ideas. Maybe something doesn't turn out to be your personal project, but ends up being an idea for a group project or an offshoot of one. That would be pretty awesome. I think those ideas right now, I think are harder to come by. Because think about it. What task did I just give you? Hey, try to think of something pragmatic and useful. That's not the easiest thing in the world to think of, right? It's easier to think of something gimmicky, I guess. Yes. All right. That's the little spiel I had on your personal projects and group projects. And this is something I've already said. Really try to do your best on them. Oh, last thing that I'll touch on it. Try to spend a little extra time on your UI. What I realized going through this is when people see your project, have you ever heard the phrase people buy with their eyes? If your UI looks better, they think your project is better. I can look at the back of your code and it can be complete dog shit, and it doesn't matter if it looks nice. People think it's awesome. So spend a little extra time on the front end because if it looks nice, people are going to think, "Oh, this is a better project." And that's super human nature-ish. But yeah, that's what I didn't realize that. I remember sitting through a couple of projects and looking through them, and people always thought that. So spend a little extra time in the even if you're not like a stylish front end person, spend a little extra time because that's how your project will be judged, unfortunately. Because if you have like an overly simple UI that's not aligned properly, the colors are all messed up, even though like your idea is good and the code is good, people are not going to see that, right? They just see, your login screen and as you click through, a couple of your pages of your UI. Okay, that's the last thing that I had on individual projects and group projects. The next thing that I want to touch on is just where you left off on Thursday. Where did you guys leave off?
What were we doing? Well, today we're supposed to do routers, right? What were we doing yesterday? Or yeah, Thursday.
Thursday.
Oh man.
Was the third party ones, right?
Yeah, third-party apps in React.
Third-party apps in
Were you
React.
Yeah,
using like libraries to bring in like button elements or other things?
was it UA? What was it called?
Did you guys get started on that?
Started, yes.
Yeah, Material
How,
UI. That's what it was called.
okay,
That's what we're
gotcha.
mainly using.
It's just a framework. Okay. So how far in that specific assignment did you get in? What's the assignment called specifically?
It, it's Material Router 1. And yeah, I mean, a lot of us were having a hard time with it, if I remember correctly, because it doesn't really outline what it wants us to show. It just kind of like talks about it. And that's where I was at the very end of it, where I kind of showed what I had. And I didn't really know if I had what it was asking for because it wants you to do a nav bar and put all this stuff in the nav bar, but I'm not exactly sure how it wants to show it because there's no display of like, this is what your end product should basically look like.
Yeah, I wanted like
Yeah.
a dark mode, like toggle, but then I was getting lost in all the website like information because it was just like a short lecture about like this is the library. It has all the documentation. Go figure it out and play, kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, that's kind of how it goes. So you're on Material Router day one, but you haven't had a lot of chance or ample opportunity to play with it. Is that where we're at?
I mean, I feel like we have, but I don't know where we're all at in terms of like if we have a good understanding of how to use all these. I mean, Tiffany did a great job teaching the course. Is in my opinion. It's
Uh-huh.
just whether I'm utilizing it correctly or not from where I'm standing. I don't know.
Yeah, for
Gotcha.
me, it was going from like we did button, and button was easy.
Yeah,
And then when we did like the menu where like you click on something and it expands out and comes back, it doesn't. I couldn't find out how to like customize it. You know what I mean? For
it was
like
all
the
copy paste.
yeah.
So
Gotcha. Can either of you show us
I mean,
kind
I can
of
get
where you got?
mine up. Do you have yours,
Yeah.
Jonathan? I mean, everyone's seen mine, so
Let me see if I can find it. I left
it,
class early that night, so I didn't get as far probably.
okay. Well, just to see, I mean, if not, I can always get mine going. It just takes me a second.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead and take a minute, see if you can both load it up. I just want to kind of see where you're at. And I'm going to assume that you two are the furthest of the class. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know.
Ah, yeah,
I have mine up, Guillermo.
Yeah, show
yeah.
me, Mike.
Do
Okay,
it.
okay.
Do it.
Let me
Yeah,
share.
so we can get someone else.
Okay. Do y'all see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so right now, just I've added the toggle component. I'm just doing the basic stuff right now. So this is the toggle button here. Once you click it, it'll change the sign out. So right now, I'm just going through. You can see my notes and stuff. but I'm just going through, just doing the basic stuff right now. So I did the authorization panel. The next step is going to be this one here, which is going to use the which component? The account circle is going to use the floating action button. So, but yeah, but that's the next step that I'm at. So, just right now, it's just changing what the toggle string looks like. So, just something simple. That's why.
Gotcha. So no one has actually finished this assignment, right?
I got as far as making the toggle button and making it switch back and forth, but I mean, I could, like I said, I can show you what I have just so.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just trying to gauge if it's worth it to spend, probably worth it to spend a little more time on this.
I mean, I think it would be honestly just the the um the challenge seemed like a little vague in terms of what they wanted the finished
Yeah.
product to be. So I mean, this is where I got like all of this is like the copy paste of from that material UI page, right?
Uh-huh.
And the same thing with all this and the login and everything, how this all switched. That's all copy paste. I didn't do any of that.
Mhm.
And then this is the only thing that I took from the, I think it was this script, this button, and then made it my own and put some logic in there to do this. But it talks about a nav bar and putting stuff in the nav bar. And like, I tried to look up nav bar and toolbar and like nothing was really kind of making sense to me.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Sean. You can stop sharing your screen. Okay, I think we're going to spend probably a little bit of time on this before we jump into the next lesson, just so you have a chance to mess around with it. Kind of what you're doing, it's a little ambiguous, but that's kind of how it works, right? You're going to get a library. They're going to be like, hey, we're going to implement these components. And at work, this is typically what you'll get. You'll get a Figma design based on the libraries that you're going to use, right? But designers aren't developers. Some of the stuff is going to be possible and some of the stuff is not going to be possible. If you remember the last time that I taught you, I gave you an example that we were using this internal library at AWS, and like the nav bar had like 7 components, but the library we're using, you can only do 6. So that's something that you have to communicate with the UX designers. Be like, hey, this isn't possible, or this specific shade isn't possible because of the constraints that we have. So it has to be actually this. How do you guys want to fix it? You know, you're pretty much telling them, hey, it's not possible. And I give you that a simple example because I know it sounds kind of dumb, but they're not developers. They don't know what the code says. They just say, hey, this is based on kind of the design that we have and kind of what they always say stakeholders, all the decision makers want. This is what we've decided, right? So you're going to have to play with it and say, hey, this is as close to the Figma design that we can get. So this ambiguity is pretty normal. So what I want to do now is I want you guys to continue to play with it. I'll look at the doc and see kind of what I can share based on what I've learned. But here's the bit. Here's a really important piece. Let me see if I can pull this up. There's an author called Cheryl Strayed, and she was on a podcast a while. She wrote a book that's actually really awesome if you get a chance to read it. It's called Tiny Beautiful Things. But when she was being interviewed in the podcast, and this applies to coding as much as it applies to writing, that's why I'm sharing it with you. And writers always get asked, well, how do you start something? And her answer to me, out of any author they've ever interviewed, had the best answer. She says you start with the part you know. That applies to coding too. Last time we met, we wrote out some pseudocode, but like, okay, what's the first thing, right? If you can do it that way, that's fine. But sometimes you get handed an assignment, and this is the best advice that I can give you with coding too. You get handed an assignment, you don't know where to start. Look at all the steps. If you can't do the nav bar, can you do the button, right? If you can't figure out the dropdown, is there something down the line that you can figure out? Run through all of them, see what you can figure out, and build from there. Is that kind of a roundabout way to do things? Yes. Is that going to involve moving a lot of code and then refactoring at the end? Yes, right? But it's better than starting with nothing, right? So the best piece of advice that I have with you is start with the part that you know, right? This applies to writing because sometimes people don't know the beginning. So start with the end, right? They don't know the beginning or the end, but they know where the character is going to die, and this is how they're going to die. Write the 32nd chapter of a 40 chapter book, if that's what you know. Make sense? All righty. It's just 8:27 right now. I want you guys to continue with this assignment and probably 30, 40 minutes, and I'll bring you back and kind of see, and I'll jump around, kind of see where everyone's at. Make sense? All right, give it a shot.
But yeah, if you get rid of the terminology of like have a toolbar, have a nav bar, and you just look at what it says to in the documentation of what it is, like menu app bar, when you grab that, I think it's called a menu app bar in the documentation, it sets up a nav on the left side and some words on the top, right? Well, you could put things in those words on top, and then you grab something else. What did I like what I grabbed from I think it was the mini drawer showed those, maybe it was not the mini drawer. I can't remember which one it was. Was it in the, no, it was in the menu app bar. It's the form group and form control label that helps make switches. So you just throw that somewhere else. You copy that, paste that somewhere else where you want it on your screen, basically.
Okay.
That's-
Guillermo, I don't know if Tiffany told you this, but it keeps referring to starter code for day 2. And I think it would have been helpful to be able to look at that, but we don't have access to it.
Day 2. I think they created a branch now. Yeah, we talked about it.
Oh, so we can look at that now? I didn't even try.
Yeah, it should be there. All right. Well, what Sean was talking about, actually, I want to touch on a little bit. That's a good idea. I read through this challenge, and an important thing to keep in mind when dealing with just front end work and front end libraries is, in order of importance, typically you want to have it show up on the DOM first. If it doesn't work, that's totally fine. We can figure that out. But if you get it to show up, you know it's there, right? Even though the functionality may not work, you're at least returning the components properly. Does that make sense?
It kind of does and it kind of doesn't, because it seems like some things have to go inside other things and some things don't. And so I kept trying to figure that out.
Are you
Great
saying just
question.
copy it and paste it and see if it comes up and works? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and we're about to do a little bit of that. And
All
Kim, to get to your question, you're going too deep into it. You're like, hey, this component is supposed to be inside this component. And when the dropdown opens, then you can access it. All correct. But you're almost thinking about it kind of in the wrong way. See if you can get just one of the components to show up, and then you can kind of figure out the rest later. That's why in this challenge, they give you the option of breaking up the components, doing it all in one file. It's really what's easiest to you. That's why I give you the advice of like, if you can't figure out the beginning part, just start wherever component. If you can show down a drop-down menu, even though it might not be inside the app nav bar, that's fine. Get that to show up and then kind of build from there. Make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. My brain just tends to lock up when it sees too many things like that at once. I've got to get better at pulling it down one thing at a time.
Exactly. And that's actually pretty normal.
And just that's kind of what helped me out. Is just like I said, copy and paste in the code, throw it in there, and see what pops up on the screen, and just kind of mess with it as a user and be like, what is this doing? And then look through your code with what you know of how things kind of order out, cascade, and then say, okay, this is what this is doing. Can I use this and put it somewhere else?
Exactly.
So, question, when specifically Sean, because you're more in my place than Guillermo, you know so much more, Guillermo. When you're looking at that code and you see things that you don't understand, you just ignore it for now and you look at what you do understand. 'Cause that's
Yeah,
what bothers me. I don't like using code that I have no idea what parts.
exactly. Yeah, like break it up and be like, oh, this little toggle switch, where is that appearing in the code? And you can use your dev tools to kind of, through like, what is it, elements or something? Yeah, through elements to see like what part that is. And then go into the actual code that you pasted and be like, okay, I just want to play with that right now. Can I put that somewhere else that makes sense? Like
Okay.
the login, I don't
That's-
want it in the middle of my screen. Maybe I want it in my nav bar, the login
Okay.
switch or something. Yeah, break it up like that. It would overwhelm the hell out of me. Just pasting it all in there and be like, what am I doing? I don't know what all this is.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Thank you.
If we take the snippets of the code, I didn't do this, and I just thought of doing this. Can we take those snippets and put it in ChatGPT and be like, break this down for me?
Yeah, you can do that if you find that useful. So what I would do before that is I would look at it and see how much of it you can try to figure out. And that's kind of what we're going to touch base on right now. Try to read the code and see what pieces of it you can kind of parse out and what pieces you need help with. Now, if you need help with, definitely paste it into ChatGPT and see what it says. But I think students oftentimes sell themselves a little short, especially early on. I bet you can figure out a lot of it if you just looked at it. So yes, back to kind of what Kim was saying. Yeah, definitely ignore a lot of it. Try to focus on whatever it is that you're focused on at the time, even though you may not understand the rest of it. Um, Oftentimes, as I mentioned last time, students, the biggest mistake you can make is going too wide on something. I can't remember who brought that up last time, right? You want to be very narrow in your focus just on the thing, especially early on. Eventually, your scope and your ability to understand the greater concept will grow. But early on, it's really confusing and it's easy to get overwhelmed. So, kind of back to what we were touching on earlier, definitely get it to show up first, even if it doesn't work. Can you get it to show up? Because getting it to show up really is the first step. Functionality will come later, but if you can't get it to show up, it makes it much harder to debug and kind of figure out where you're at. And it could be one of a lot of problems. You're not returning the component properly. Maybe your imports don't work, and you don't have the right library built in, so that's why it's not working. It could be a whole host of things. So if it's not showing up, you can't see it. That's where I would start. Always.
Thanks, that helps. Yeah, that
Mhm.
helps.
All right, so let's look at this and I'm just gonna start kind of how I started, and then I'm gonna ask for some feedback from you guys. You guys can see my screen, right? I have my little material router day one, and then I have just my
Yeah, I'll
BS
take the
done.
sharing.
Oh, give me.
I was seeing it, now I don't.
Okay, give me 1 second. How about now?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. So I just started a new project, and we're gonna take it from the top, kind of. Oops. And if you're stuck here, hopefully this help you kind of get started and kind of how I would tackle it. So this is really just a new project. You could tell by React, same thing. And then we're just gonna look at it and kind of see where we're at. So we're gonna start from the top because I think this is pretty straightforward. It says create a single page application with a collapsible navbar using the mini variant drawer. Okay, never looked at this before. I can go ahead and open these docs, and I'm gonna look for mini variant drawer. That's it. And I have it pulled up because obviously I was looking at it earlier. So this is all it is, right? So this is what I expect it to look like. I could do show code. I don't understand a lot of this, but I know that this is supposed to give me what I want. Okay, I'm gonna copy it. Um, this is a returning app here. Returning all of these components. Wait, what? Mini drawer return. All right, we'll see what happens. Saved it in there. What do I get? Boom. I got what I needed, right? Now let's look at the code. This is typically what I would do, right? Just paste it in there and kind of look through it. This seems like it's importing a bunch of individual components. What do you notice about Material UI? Material UI is very similar to Bootstrap. Have you guys messed with Bootstrap at all? Okay, it's just a library that kind of does what?
Gives you pre-built components, I guess.
Yeah, that's all it is, right? It's just kind of a nice library that gives you these like really nice built-in components that you can easily style. right, with props, right, and give it specific colors, adjust the widths. It's actually really, really nice. Um, and a way to style a web page very, very quickly. So this is the mini variant drawer. I can click here. That looks like it has some functionality. None of these buttons appear to work. That's fine. Okay, cool. That was pretty straightforward. It's importing a bunch of already pre-made components from the Material UI library. I can see that. It's giving a width. It's giving mins max. I feel like that's what this is. This looks to be, and I don't know, but this looks like it's calculating the width based on screen size probably. It's centering this drawer head. There appears to be an app bar that takes some props. Cool. Drawer, there appears to be some kind of styling here on when this specific drawer is open or closed, it looks like. And it shows props. I'm guessing this is inside the drawer. Again, there's a lot of code, just copy and paste it. This is theme. Keeping track of state, whether that specific mini drawer is open or closed. Set open, and it's just a Boolean, changing it from open to close. And then this is everything that the specific mini drawer is displaying. This is what it's returning. It's returning some kind of box element with the app bar in it. I'm guessing typography it's some kind of styling of some type. Boom, it's centering list items, looks like, or the icons at the very least. And yeah, this appears to be my paragraphs. Yeah, Laura. That's it. I just kind of went over it. Do I know exactly what it all does? Not really, but I have a general idea of what it built and it makes sense, right? Okay, cool. So let's look at bullet point 2 here, which is kind of what I wanted to focus on here. It says, use the app bar with menu and React or documentation pages to build a light dark theme toggle and authentication panel into the app bar. That bullet point is a lot. How can we simplify this? What do you want to tackle first?
Probably just make the toggle. That seems like that'd be the quickest and easiest, and you can see
Make
it.
the toggle. Yeah. So let's just get a toggle and see if we can find it somewhere on my UI, right? It doesn't matter where it is. I can just move the code later, right? Okay. So we're going to look here. I just copied this code, right? Where would I find a toggle? Well, let's look for toggle. If you know what it is, you can just mention it. Is there a toggle in here? Does it
There's
say
one
toggle?
in the menu app bar. That's where I found mine.
Menu app bar.
Yeah, which it's asking you to use.
Okay. Menu app bar. Let's see.
Probably the app. I think it's app bar, but there's a link inside the repo.
Yep.
If I remember correctly. Yeah, it's right. The second one. It's like right next to it. It's in line with the mini variant drawer.
Mini variant drawer.
Yeah, the link. It's the blue letters. And go over one. No,
You
go
guys slide
back.
to the right just a smidge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See how it's like it's got a space in between two links.
Am I?
Go back to the repo
Yeah. All right.
and go where it says mini variant drawer and the link.
It looks like a super long one, but it's actually two. There's a space in
Yeah.
between.
There
Oh.
you go. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So
Not that
it's
one.
this one.
No, not that one. That's a third link.
Okay. Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Let's look at it.
Yeah.
App bar, this one?
Yeah. If you look at the
Okay.
code in the app bar menu.
App bar menu.
Yeah.
Let's see it. All right. This
It's
is a
like-
lot. Don't really know what any of this is, but what are we looking for specifically?
It's called form control label.
Form control label.
That's the login toggle on and off, basically.
Okay, I don't want that. I want the, let's do light and dark. That's also a toggle, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, what I did, I just changed that. So instead of it saying log in, log out, where it says label, I changed that to light and dark.
Yes, let's try that. Okay, so it's a form control label. I need
Yeah,
this.
that form control label. Just copy that from.
This right here.
Yep.
Okay. Where am I gonna put it?
Oh man. Good question. Oh, we're just in app.jsx, towards the top of this whole thing.
Well, let's look at it here. It's inside some kind of box that's being returned, and this is a form group, right?
There's a lot in there. There's like icons and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
there's a
So we
lot,
don't need
but
all
so
that.
let's try to simplify it. Let's look at our page right now. It's in here. Where do we want it for right now? It's not going to do anything. It's just going to show up. What would make the most sense? Somewhere where it's like not intrusive. Because we have a big box being returned here, right? In this
Right.
what style is it? It's a mini drawer, right? So we don't want it in the mini drawer necessarily. This is the app bar. Actually, this mini drawer is the only one that's being JSX is being returned from it, I think. Yeah, that's the only one. So it has to go there, right? So I just
Yeah.
looked at it. This is the only one returning a JSX component. So it has to go there because I want to see it. Okay. I hadn't looked that closely. So it has to be returned inside this box somewhere. Let's see if we can put it in the app bar. I'm just going to drop it right here inside this app bar, right? Look at line 117. I'm going to drop it right here.
You'll probably
Right,
need
so-
some dependencies too.
Yeah, so I dropped this right here. You guys see that? And I just copied and pasted just as is. I just want to see if it shows up, right? That gets me a little closer. All right, so I'm going to
You're
save
putting
it.
it inside the app bar, but outside the toolbar. That's what you're doing right now?
Yeah. So I'm just going to throw it in there. And I'm going to go look at my errors. I knew it wasn't going to work. And that's what Sean said. Hey, you're probably going to need some dependencies. That's cool. All right. So it says form control label not defined. That's fine. I can actually go in here, right? And form control label is not defined. That's because I need this import, right? So I can go up, right? I can just drop it right at the end, save it. And then let's go back. Let's look in here, refresh. Nope. I still have switch is not defined inside my mini drawer. You guys already know this, right? This tells you exactly where the error is, app.js 140. So I can go look at app.js 140. This switch is not defined, right? So that's probably also an import issue. I have too many things open. Let me close some of
Yeah,
these.
and the way you guys can tell that is because it's in like a component tag, like when we make our own components.
Yep. So I'm missing this as well. Cool. And I know you're thinking, hey, this is pretty time consuming. This is kind of how it works initially until you kind of figure it out. So there you go. So I'm just reading my errors. Notice I'm not even looking at the codes. I'm just looking at my errors. Okay, this is not defined. Cool. All right. So now auth is not defined, right? Line 142. 142. This right here. Okay, let's look at it. Auth.
So that has to do with the authentication of a login, logout switch. So that would be where our dark and light
Okay.
logic would go.
So for right now, what are we focused on?
Just getting it to show up.
Yeah, just getting it to
Okay.
show up. So does that matter?
No.
No, it doesn't matter right now. Can I comment that out and would it stop the error for now? I know this
Yeah.
isn't right? But right now it's not dealing with the problem that I'm dealing with. I just want it to show up, check if it's there, right? It says handle change is not defined. What can I do here?
Comment that out too, because that's just
Yeah,
event listener.
yeah. So this is functionality. Am I dealing with functionality right now?
No.
No, don't worry about it for right now. It says auth is not defined. Oh, right here, the label, same thing. Okay, what changed?
You got a toggle now.
Yeah, I have a toggle. Is it in the right place? No. Does it do anything? No. Can I click it? Does it even move? I don't even know. Oh, it moved. Right? It kind of blends in with the blue, so that looks like crap. Doesn't matter. All right, cool. Yeah, that's fine. You know, it would be really dope, right? If when I pressed this, it went into dark mode, because that's one of the requirements, right? Okay, how would I go about doing it? If you're just looking at this code, look at this code on line 141 to 145.
But we want to see what auth is referring to and what handle change is referring to. That's probably what I'd want to go back and look at, right?
So auth is not for this, right? Auth is for the login piece. We just took some of that code. So we don't want to worry about auth, but we do want to worry about on change, right? We need some kind of function that's going to change it, that's going to actually change it from light theme to dark theme, right?
Yeah, so we go back and look at that function, see what it
Okay.
is.
All right, let's look at it. On change. On change is just pretty generic though, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's created, right? Because that's not something we would import from Material UI, right? That's something we would create.
Yeah. So let's look at it. So this is where we stole the code from, right? Or we took the code from. On change is handle change. This is just, it's doing this. It's just the name of a function now, right? Handle change is going to handle this event and is going to set the auth to checked or not checked. That's not exactly what we want, but the idea is the same, right? What function did you write, Sean?
Oh man. You know, when you don't look at code and you're like, how did it go? Yeah,
Yeah.
let me go back and look at it. Correct me if I'm wrong before I start trying to look through this. On change is a inherent event listener for that switch, like a toggle.
Yeah.
It's not something
Yeah.
you don't make the on change method.
No, on chain just tells this specific component, hey, oh, I'm about to pass you the
Let's see
function,
here.
right?
Yeah. I just want to make that clear. We don't have to make on change. We have to make handle change.
Yes, right. And here it's setting this auth, right? Which actually alters the state, right? But that's not what we're doing. We want to change. Does anybody have that code already that they could Slack me?
Oh, for
Right?
the
For
handle
the change,
change.
the toggle to dark mode, right? There has to be probably someone here that already figured that out. So you have
Yeah,
the function, just send it to me if you have it. If not,
I
we'll look at it together.
I have it. I just have to
Okay.
find, have to organize it
Hey,
and then send it to you.
hey, if you don't have it, everyone else should be looking for it if you don't have it, because you're going to need it. Check the docs.
Change,
Is it in
handle
there? It has to be in
split off.
there. I haven't found it, but you can help me find it. It's in here somewhere, right?
I searched dark mode and there's like a hook selector, but I couldn't figure it out.
Okay. That's exactly what I was going to do. I was going to search
Min.
dark mode. Here we go. All right. Everyone's looking? I literally
Yeah.
just searched dark mode. Thank you, whoever said that. And I get this. This is really helpful. What is this telling me?
It's telling you about a create theme that you need to
Mhm.
use. And it needs to be returned in a theme provider.
Okay.
So that way you can handle the theme, I guess, of whatever's being returned.
Yes. So this helps me. I know that I'm going to need. But look at this, look at this. You can even choose the dark color, it looks like. Built-in support color schemes, node, build an application with multiple color schemes. Toggling color mode. This helps. Let's look at it. Use color scheme. Let's look at this right here. This is my app, and this is using use color scheme, right? that I'm guessing it's being, here we go. It's styles, right? It's being imported, right? And it goes along with theme providers, which is what we saw earlier, right? So we go here, it says theme toggle on change. So this looks to be the function, right? Set mode, right? Which, what is this telling you right here? This is actually really important. What are you importing here? You're not
That's the state, right? And it's saying if it's the use color scheme, if not, return the other, no? Return null.
yeah, but you're not importing a component per se. What are you importing? Look at the thing that I have highlighted.
Is that importing it as a prop?
No, you're getting closer though. What are you importing from Material UI? You're importing the what?
The state, the code
No.
at the state?
The color scheme.
Yeah, but what is it?
It's
Would be CSS, I guess, right?
No, I mean kind of,
use color
yeah.
scheme. What is
But
use color
it's
scheme?
ultimately it's a what? What did the parentheses at the end tell you it is?
Oh,
It's a
function.
state
Yeah.
function. Oh,
So Material UI already has a function for you to change what?
the
What
theme.
it- yeah, a theme. You don't have to write it. It's built in. Just import the function and use it. Add it to your component, right?
So if
Make
that was
sense?
the thing that everything makes me ask more questions. What you have highlighted right there, if it was use state, then it would be in square brackets instead of curly brackets. So it's like there's
Yeah.
all kinds of different syntax for different functions.
Different syntax for different things that you're doing, right? If you're destructuring, that's a word, destructuring something, depending on what it is, right? Functions are different than use state. But use state is also a what? They call it a hook, but it's just a function, right?
The function, yeah.
Yeah, this
That
is
it
this is
uses
the
square
same
brackets.
thing here, right?
It looks exactly the same except curly brackets instead of square brackets. So my brain,
Yep.
like, why and what do I need to understand about that?
Yeah. So every library is a little bit different. It just depends how they wrote the library. So you would have to look at the library to see kind of how it goes.
Okay, so at this point you would just say, don't worry about that. Just
Yes.
know that
Don't
it's a
worry
function.
about that. Just think of use it how they do it in the docs.
Okay.
And I hate when people like when I was still learning to be like, oh, just look at the docs. They used to annoy me because I was like, yeah, I read the docs. I just don't get it. It's kind of normal.
Okay.
And then another side question I have is I was trying to break it down to like individual components because that's what they said like the norm is usually. How would you go about getting used to like breaking all these snippets of code down into individual components and all that?
Well, wait, say that again. Sorry, I got distracted by a question. Keep going.
Like, so I was trying to do the light dark, but I was trying to break it down into individual components and then throw in the anchor tags and the app.js. So that's where I was running into the issues of what to break down and what to throw where. If that makes any sense.
It does make sense. It's just trial and error. I know that's not a very good answer, but it is the right answer, unfortunately. Especially when you're dealing with libraries that you don't have a lot of experience with. Doesn't stop. Like when you get to your job again, you're going to have some kind of internal libraries or internal toolings that's very sparse or bad documentation that you're just going to have to figure out, right? And then you'll get into like a weird thing where, hey, this thing's not doing this thing. And then there'll be like Slack channels or Teams groups, or I don't use Teams, I use Slack, but where you can ask questions about a specific internal tool, right? There'll be for example, the library that I was telling you about the other day, there'll be like a Cloudscape Slack channel, like Cloudscape-help, right? About internal tools at your company, right? So you'd be like, hey, this is doing this weird thing. And then some hero will always chime in, oh yeah, you have to do this. Why does that happen? We don't know. Or the person that knew left. And you're like, oh, we don't know. Someone has to know. That's not necessarily true, right? It's very possible that the person that left and helped build that internal tool is gone. You know? So yeah, sorry guys. Sean, I saw your thing. You're using use state to set it, and that works, right?
I mean, yeah.
That's, but you wrote that function, right?
Yes. The light dark set,
Yeah,
light dark, use state dark. Yeah.
yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm going to show this I'm just going to create a,
Yeah. And I mean, just to try to get it to work, it's like mine's a little wonky.
yeah,
It's
no, you're good.
I have a mini drawer that takes in just a
Uh,
prop that says change theme, and then that gets put into the nav bar, which takes in a prop, which says change theme. But then that all my functional logic I sent you is all in app.jsx, so
okay,
it's a little
cool.
funky.
We're going to look at this because this is actually really awesome. Sean actually wrote his own function, right? And he passed it in, right? And his works. He showed it to us like it does work. That's another way to do it. But if you were already using Material UI, you would just use whatever the docs say. Make sense?
So
Right? When they do your PR review, they're gonna be like, hey, why did you create a custom function if the library you're using has it? Now you
okay,
didn't know any better. You made it
Yeah.
work, right? So that's awesome. That's what you're supposed to do right now. But eventually, right, if you're using this library, they want you to use the library for everything. Why? Custom code is like impossible to maintain.
So could we do it that way then, going through here, so I can try to
No,
understand?
no, use the library because that's what's
Well,
gonna
no,
happen
I
at
mean
work.
use the library. I want to see
Yeah.
us use the library by
Yes.
just going through it right now. That's what I meant.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna try.
I don't want to use my code. I want to do it the right
Yeah.
way.
Yeah. What was your question, Quinn? Sorry.
it's like kudos to Sean for figuring that out, but then it's like, oh, not kudos to Sean. He should have used the documentation. It's kind of confusing, you know?
No,
Live and
it's
learn.
normal. But now that you're here, you've learned, hey, try to make it work any way that you can. And sometimes, depending on the use case, right? Like everything in software, depending on the use case, sometimes you will have to create some custom code because of some weird third-party integration that your job has or something. Sometimes, right? That will happen. They try to avoid it because that gets really hard to maintain, right? And document, right? Whereas if someone else is maintaining that library, typically they're going to do a pretty decent job if your job picked that up to use it, right?
Okay, so
Sometimes it'll happen. It's just not always and rarely.
if you did have to customize, then it'd probably be good to put a bunch of comments in there.
Yeah, yeah. But again, it's something that you'll rarely have to do because it's just not maintainable.
Are we going to get a bunch of extra code using the library too? Because you want to not use like bloat if you don't have to.
Yeah. So you get like all the bells and whistles in the docs a lot of the time. That's a good sign that someone has really good documentation. But for your use case, yes, you would try to strip it down as much as you can, only solving the problem that you have to solve, nothing more. Right now, it's hard to tell exactly what you can eliminate, what you can't, right? Like when we were going into this example, right? We didn't know if we could just comment this out and if it still work, right? You'll run into that a lot, but eventually you'll figure it out just through trial and error. And typically, if you're working on a project, you'll be on a project for, it just depends, months at a time, sometimes longer, right? And if you're using the same tools, you'll get really comfortable with it and this won't be an issue as much. Right now, obviously, you've spent like a week on React and you've never seen it before, so obviously it's gonna punch you in the mouth. But hopefully it won't be like that long term. Any other questions, guys?
No, this is so helpful to watch you pretending you don't know what you're doing like we are and going through it.
Oh, I really don't even know that much. Like last time when I taught it, I hadn't touched React in like 3 years. But there is hope for the simple fact that eventually all these problems kind of become somewhat similar and libraries do similar things. And you're thinking, oh, I didn't know there was going to be a built-in dark mode, but it would make sense because Material UI is an enormous library, right? So that had to be a function that was already in there, right? I knew, I didn't know, I knew that you didn't have to do this. It had to be in there, you know what I mean? But that only comes with experience, right? Sean didn't know that, and that's okay. Eventually, now he does, and everyone in this class does, right? So now let's look at it. All right, so we know that this is controlled. This is some kind of switch, right? And I come in here and I know that This is the money one. This I'm going to need because that's very similar to this like toggle up here, right? This is 3, but mine's only 2. I should be able to figure it out. So this import I'm going to need for sure. So I'm going to go up here and I'm just going to paste this. I know I'm going to need it. Theme provider, create theme, use color theme. Cool, 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 cool. And then I was on this switch on line 143. Make sure I don't forget that. And then I know that I'm going to have to import use color theme, and I'm going to need this, right? Boom. On my app. So I have that. I'm going to go up here, and I'm just going to drop it in here because I know I'm probably going to need this. I'm not using set mode because that's a function, right? But I'm now importing use color theme. Are you laughing, Sean?
Because I remember seeing this and I just a light bulb went off. I don't need all the return statement stuff. And I'm just realizing that that small little function is going to do everything.
Yeah, that's fine. Totally fine. So we go up here, we know now we get this highlighted, right? Use color scheme is being imported. Cool. I know that I'm going to need this somehow. I don't know where yet, but I'm going to figure it out. So I'm going to go back to 140 something, 143, right? This is my switch that I have in my application. That's not showing up. I'll probably mess something up for now. Why did that go away? Actually, let me look at this. What's the only thing that's changed? This? Yes. Why is this? The minute that I add this, it breaks. Why is that?
So where are you defining mode and set mode, or mode, I mean?
Right here. But the minute that I add this, it breaks. I'm trying to figure out why is that happening. I add this. Or if I just get rid of this right now. I'm just going to do this for right now. I'm going to just import this because I know I'm going to use this, right? For right now. We'll figure out the rest later. It's that return now that's not playing nice. That's okay. All right. So now we're here back to the switch and we're back to our docs because this works, but this should make it dark. It's not doing it. That's okay. All right. So we're back. Let me get rid of this. Okay. So we know it's going to be something like this. Set mode, and create theme. So we're going to go back down here and we're going to find where this is. Demo, theme toggle, value, mode, event on change. So we're going to need something like this, right? Okay, let's grab some of that. Let's go here. And I had something similar before, right? Instead of login switch, I mean, this doesn't really matter. So I'm just going to say just color thing. Just color thing. Why not? So I know that I'm going to have some kind of value, and on change, I'm going to set the mode, right? So I'm going to delete this, don't need this because I already have my on change. Cool. I'm going to save it. I'm going to see, did I break anything? Right? Did I break anything? Okay, I haven't broken anything. That's good, right? Let me click my button. Still not doing what it's supposed to. Okay, awesome.
The reason why you're not seeing any words next to it is because that's not the right label. I don't know what ARIA label is, but it's the one you commented out below. It's where it says label equals.
Oh, yeah.
That's the label.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what that does. If that's for like stuff doesn't render or something, it just shows
Yeah.
some.
I'm going to delete them for right now. Don't really need them. Make sure I didn't break anything. Boom, didn't break anything. Cool. All right. So we know, right, that we have the mode, we have the event, and that's changing, right? But here, What do we notice here? What are we probably missing?
Well, I would want to know, where is that on change getting called? What's making that happen, right? Is it, I don't,
And,
I would do a control
as we,
plugin this.
yeah, as we look at it, yeah, what's making it change? Now, this is a little different right now because we're looking at radio buttons, right? But we just want to do a toggle. So keep that in mind. But this is going to be pretty similar, right? Um, we're going to need, we're probably missing what here? It's not a radio group. It's just a switch, but that's fine. That's more or less the same. We're going to probably need what here?
Checked. I think we already have that though.
We're probably going to need the form control, right? Like when we go up here, right? Form, no, not the form control. We're going to need what? The theme provider and the create theme, right? If you remember from up here, right? Oh, sorry, I set an alarm to make sure I didn't go over. Right? This is the create themes, and one of the themes is dark, and that's what we need, right? So we're going to need to use this, right, in conjunction with this wrapper, right? Probably the form label wrapper, right, and the create theme. So we're going to work on this after we come back, and I'll have it set up for you guys for after Judith. I always mess up her name. I'm pretty sure her name is Judith. Give me 1 second. Yep, Judith. I'm going to fix this. We'll come back to this later. If you didn't get too far, that's okay. We're going to go over this. Not a big deal. But I want to give you a break because I know Judith goes kind of long. So 2.5 hours or something. I'm not quite sure how long it is. Right. So go ahead and take a 15-minute break. We're going to come back at 10, and I'm going to hand over the controls to Judith, and we'll come back to this. And I also posted groups in the chat. Questions? All right, guys. See you shortly.
Headphones on today. Hi Guillermo, how's it going?
Doing well. Hey, Judith, you live in like Spain, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. I was like, man, I think this lady lives in Europe somewhere. I couldn't remember.
I like to say that I live in Catalonia because I do believe in separating from the Spanish monarchy and the kingdom, but that's a whole political discussion that could take our 3-hour session today.
I think people forget they have a king, right?
I don't know. Puppet figures. I don't know. Yeah. Well, he's the son of obviously the last king. The last king is now in Abu Dhabi, I believe, living off of all of his embezzled money. I don't know how many millions of dollars he embezzled from Saudi Arabia. Yeah, yeah. Real moment of national pride there. So, hello everyone. I promise I will not like go on about Catalan politics today, unless you make me. No, so I live north of Barcelona, about an hour north of Barcelona. So I am about maybe a 30-minute drive south of France and a 40-minute drive west of the Mediterranean.
Very cool. All right, everyone. I want to introduce Judith because I won't do her justice. So I'll let her take over. She is co-host. She'll be your instructor. I'm going to be lurking around, working on the material UI thing we were before. So Judith, take it away.
Cool. All right. Well, hello everyone, and thank you. You will learn I'm not super formal, so I do have a slide about me, but that's about it. Let's see. What is it that's important to know? I have been around projects for about 27 years. I actually counted the other day. It's a little embarrassing how long it's been, but it's the truth. I am married to a veteran, so first and foremost, thank you for your service. And yeah, so I have been involved with Code Platoon actually since Alpha, before there were even evening and weekend programs. And yeah, so I love doing these workshops. These are hopefully practical ways for you all to figure out how to get into your projects in a way that is um like it's what you need to know today, right? Like nobody wants to turn you into project manager. It's not a bunch of academic stuff. It's just like how do you not step over your own feet, and how do you collaborate on that with your project team once you have teammates? And yeah, so that's what I'm here to do today. Yeah, anybody have any specific? Oh, sorry. By way of background, I have a background in fine arts. This is actually my studio over here, but I have worked in both nonprofits as an information systems manager for 15 years. I worked for the YMCA for about 15 years. We do not need my note taker here. No. Um, and then I've worked for consultancy as well in Chicago. I moved here about 5 years ago or so. And so I've done both like the nonprofit, like IT department kind of stuff, and then the like custom software development and support. I ran, help desks and stuff. And I've worked with clients across different industries. In the past 10 years, I've been doing that in mostly in Agile. So working with like cross-functional teams of like researchers and designers, front, back end, full stack developers, clients, product owners, pets and mascots, like you name it. So yeah, that's my background. What else do you all want to know? All right, short and sweet then. Um, so I think today we're gonna do something kind of interesting, and I would like I genuinely care when I say this, like I'm saying it for real. I would love to get your feedback on it. These kickoff workshops usually happen in two different ways than today. One is they happen at the beginning of the uh, project of the team project kickoffs. So while you all have already finished your individual projects, you're already assembled, you've kind of thought about what you want to work on together for your, last few weeks of the cohort, etc. And they happen all at once. And so we're trying something a little bit different. We're breaking it up into 2 Saturdays. Hopefully you'll be back next week. And we're doing it right before your individual projects. Part of the feedback I've always gotten about these is that, oh, I wish I had known this before I worked on my individual projects. We shall see. We'll see if that's actually true. So my goal is to help you basically with tools that you can use regardless of whether it's your individual or your team projects. But the workshop will feel team oriented because it is, right? Like that's exactly what it is. So for the purposes of today, we're gonna and by we it's the royal we, like Guillermo's put you in teams. I don't know who's in what team. It'll be a surprise to me. But we'll be working in three different teams and actually like doing the activities that you all can then do when you form your regular teams at the end of your individual projects. So all right. All that makes sense? Okay. No one's like, oh crap, I didn't know this is what we're in for. No. Great. Okay. I mean, now's the time to say it. Let's see. Make sure I have So, Guillermo, what I don't have is people assigned to rooms. I have a bunch of rooms, but I don't know who goes where. So if you Thank you, man. That was like super awesome right there.
Yeah. Do you want me to move them into respective rooms? Sorry about that.
If you can, yes. Are you using Comic Sans font? No, okay. This is gonna have to have a little chat with you there when I saw that. Yeah, if you can do that. I don't need the rooms open now. I'll go ahead and open those later. But if you can do the admin stuff for me, then I'll go ahead and get started with the workshop. Thank you, sir. Hope that you have them in color boxes. All right. Any questions from anyone before we start? All righty. Cool. All right, so let's do that. Yep, welcome. This is y'all. This is me. I just said all the things that are on this slide. Other than like, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. If there's a way that I can help you in the future, make connections, etc., then I'm happy to do that. Or answer additional questions, etc. I'm just moving my windows around and I'll be super ready to go. Okay, great. Alrighty. So this is the entire agenda. We'll probably break this up into I don't know that it'll be equal parts, to be honest. Sometimes they work out that way and sometimes they don't. But I think we're going to get through feature prioritization today. I think I want to do that because it'll help you with your individual projects. And then next week we'll get into more detailed user stories and how to break your work down into those, etc., and talk a little bit more about scope and detail. All right, so try and stay engaged. I know it's like 3 hours of meetings, so I acknowledge that. Speak your truth and embrace discomfort because we're here to learn. You all have been learning for weeks, so this is nothing new to you, and I can appreciate that it's not the easiest thing in the world. I will pause for questions, but like feel free to interrupt. It's a pretty small team, and I don't mind. I cannot do more than one thing at a time, so talking and reading is already two, so the chat is sort of yours. Don't ask me questions in the chat, they'll just disappear. But feel free to use the chat for whatever else the heck you want. Do you all have any other norms that you want to be respectful of today? Anything you normally do during your sessions? Okay. Alrighty. Not right now, but eventually you will need a piece of paper and a thin marker or a thick pen, whatever. Crayons do not work. We've tried that. It's awful. And eventually you'll also want like a text editor to write things down. I'm sure you don't have one at your disposal already. And then we do have some mural boards that I have prepared for you. In the Slack channel, you'll see that you actually have a document that looks like this. And so the links to the mural boards are here, along with a bunch of other stuff that you can download and use. But when I tell you to go to your mural boards, that's the easiest place to actually like click on the link to go to them. So that's our second activity, though. We got a good 20 minutes before we get there. All right. What else we got? Yes. We have a sample project that we're going to go through just a little bit for context here today. It's I forget exactly which platoon did this, but they build an app to identify the best crops to be grown in an area depending on the user's location and like what to plant, how to grow it. Apparently plants need water and things like that, and whatever. And so they built an application to do that kind of management. If you click on this, it's I think it's in your the copy of your deck. If you click on this, you'll see what their final project looked like. And to me, the thing that's useful about that is that at some point you're probably going to be a little concerned that you're not going to make it or that you're overwhelmed or that you got so much stuff to do. And like, I just want you to know that like you will. People before you have done it, like this is what the end result can look like. But there's a lot of sausage making in between, right? So you're all at the early stages. And I don't want you to sweat it. You have some great instructors. And so like you will get there. Just remember the people before you did as well. That's my soapbox and my free speech thing there. So, all right. Let me actually have let me get a sense before we get into this as to whether you all have some ideas as to what you'll be working on, or yeah, like who has some ideas on what you might be building? Just unmute yourselves and let me know.
Talking about for our personal projects, I haven't even thought about a group yet.
Yeah, you can tell me personal stuff. Sorry,
Uh,
personal projects.
Yeah, let me tell you about my life real quick.
Yeah, let me put an asterisk behind that one.
It's a long story. No, so my personal project is going to be a encouragement app and like a mental health website, basically. It's going to start off as an encouragement app. You go on, you sign up, you put your phone number in and a time, and every day at that time, you're going to get a text of random encouragement, like, you got this, you're going to crush it today. Hey, don't sweat the small stuff, or something like that, right? And then that'll eventually evolve in after I get the base, was it minimum viable product, right?
Hmm.
MVP down
Hmm.
into like a mental health site with some like links and some like things you could do for to help out your mental health daily, basically.
Cool. I just started working with an engineer that does that every day at a certain hour. She has her like encouragement statement that she uses for the rest of the day. So I have your first client for you. Cool. Who else has some thoughts about what you'll be working on?
Jonathan, I want to hear your pitch again because I want to use your app.
I don't know. I'm wondering if I want to change it because what Guillermo was saying earlier, but my plan for my app was going to be it's going to be like a translator for us boomers to know the younger Gen Z slang and stuff like that.
Oh God, I need that. Yeah. Like I don't know why the thumbs up is not cool anymore, and like I just don't care. Stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I get you. Yeah.
Like the let 'em cook and all the other random phrases they got now.
That
I
could
don't
be a
know.
pet rock idea, dude. You never know. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like someone put a rock in a cage back in what, the 80s, 70s, 60s? I don't know, whatever it was, and made $1 million, dude. You could have a pet rock idea right there.
Oh, okay.
For
Maybe I
real.
should keep going with
Yeah,
it
include
then.
the emojis. I didn't think about that. Definitely include the emojis because they mean something different to my son than they do to me.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Like
add
the blue
emojis to
frozen
it.
one, like means a whole total thing different. I'm like, okay. Plus, because I no longer live in the US, like that's another context as well. Because I'm like, thumbs up here is like fine. Like nobody gives a, sorry, I curse a lot. Nobody gives a hoot about thumbs up here. But apparently in the US, it's not a cool thing anymore. I don't know. Cool. Okay, so a translator app for uh the adults in the room. Um, all right, Kim. So you opened up that door. What are you thinking about?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I could share mine. I have my 21-year-old son is in a Bible college, and in December he was so excited about some friends and he were going to read the Bible through together this year, and they had come up with their own Bible plan that you can't really find online. So I was going to make a Bible app that will have click on the day, it'll show you what you're supposed to read, and like Sean was saying, that's the basic foundation. But I also want to be able to have links for being able to, what is that word in Greek? What is that word in Hebrew? What does it mean? Where else is it found in the Bible?
Hmm.
And like, what did you get out of today's verse? And what do you think about what I got? So people can comment
Mm-hmm.
together too.
Interesting. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm like my head is already like, okay, what's crud on here? Or like, what are we gonna crud on this one? Okay. Cool. Anybody else want to share any ideas? All righty. Okay. So whether you do it now or whether you do it for your final projects, one of the ways that I like to kind of kick us off is going to be by doing an elevator pitch. I did not invent this. I tend to borrow a lot of stuff, folks. And I love a book called The Agile Samurai. If you want to get into understanding how Agile works and the foundations of Agile and all that stuff, like the concepts of Agile, I definitely recommend it. But one of the things that's from here is basically like the elevator pitch for your app. So like not for your business, not for yourself, but like for your app. And the point is going to be that we want to figure out exactly who you're building for. Um, Actually, all three of you have already, some pretty solid ideas of like who your primary user is going to be, um, the problems that we need to solve, right? Because like in the future, people aren't going to pay you if you're not solving a problem, right? So like, what is it that you are solving for? And then be able to describe that clearly so that people understand what it is that you've built and what you are selling or what you're presenting for graduation, right? And so one of the formats that the Samurai uses, the Agile Samurai, is this one. Um, so obviously I've got some placeholders in here, but if we look at the um, the example for the gardening app, let's see. So for the customer who has this particular need or problem, your application is a thing that's going to do X, Y, Z. Like the three of you just described really well what your ideas were. You may also have competitors, and so you may want to say like, hey, ours is better than this one in the sense that it does X, Y, Z. I don't care about competitors today, like we're just not in a space, but I just wanted to give you the template. So if we think about the gardening app,
Judy, can I ask you a quick question?
of
Will
course.
you be making these available to us, these screens that you're sharing?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that is in, you know what? Let me double check. I also have like a quick guide for you. Yep, there you go. So in the document that I gave you, you have a slightly older formatted thing with purple. But yes, so that's already there. If you want the entire thing, I warn you, it's like 100 slides. I'm also happy to give you a copy. Yeah. So, all right. So for gardeners and farmers who want crop management for their area, the Daily Planters, a gardening app that helps users maximize use of their land to grow crops. And unlike the other guys, our product scales to a range of farm sizes and manages soil data. Ta-da! Like that's that's a pretty good elevator pitch. It tells you pretty quickly what this thing is going to do, right? So this is exactly what we're looking for in terms of the first sort of activity that we want to do together. I recognize that you all are not working on your final projects, so I do want to put you in teams so that as a team you can think of an app that you want to use just for today's exercises, or today and next week's. Um, Guillermo, can you still hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I have
Cool.
them broken out. I can kick them out to teams. Just let me know.
No, I'm just wondering if there's any particular logic to the teams that we should be mindful of when we do the exercises, or if we're just starting from scratch, which is what I'm prepared to do.
No, just I randomized it. This is a good exercise no matter what. People
Okay.
don't realize you're going to have to do this several times before you iterate on something you can actually build.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I just wanted to double check. All right, so we'll break you up into teams. You can either do one of the things that you're thinking about or some other options that you have. You can certainly do like a gardening app like we have here, right? You're not stealing anybody's thunder. There's a ton of gardening apps out there. Another example we'll go through later is a little bit like a restaurant app, like finding nearby restaurants, by cuisine or, by whatever other, I don't know, I always think of tacos, but whatever. Like finding nearby restaurants. Another project that is a good template, I think, that we've done in the past is like a pet sitting service for military members who are getting deployed and whose, pets need taken care of. So personally, I don't care which one you do, but that is the theme that we'll work on for the rest of the session. So I'll give you 15 minutes to group as a team, make some decisions about what you want to do, and we can do an elevator pitch. If you would like to not start it from scratch, I do have a GPT in here that is also in that sheet for you. You can plug in an idea and it'll format it in the elevator pitch format. So if you want to start from scratch, you start from scratch. If you don't, you don't. The important thing is just initial alignment on what you'll be fictitiously building the next couple of weekends. All right. Any questions before I get us started? You gotta ask questions because I can't find my timer app. There we go.
Judith, you said fictitiously building. So this whole thing is just kind of mock figuring out how we would communicate, or are we going to be building something?
You're not going to be coding this right now. I mean, like, unless this becomes your group project, right? But for now, the intent is to go through the activities that you can use anytime, like on any project, including your individual projects. So when you get to start your individual project, you can have an elevator pitch for what you're building. Yeah, all of these will be reusable and recyclable. But for the context of this session and next week, I just want some continuity, because then I'll ask you to build feature, or I'll ask you to think about features. I'll ask you to like mock up an app and those kinds of things. And I just want to make sure we're all working on basically like the same app for each team. Sorry, each team's individual app. There you go. Does that answer your question clearly? Even do I use a ton of words?
Yep, I think so. Thank you. I use lots of words too.
Brevity is not my thing. All right, folks, I'm gonna put you in your breakout rooms, and I'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Breakout rooms, here we go. Cool. All right. Thanks. Looks like Megan is unassigned.
Oh,
See.
yeah.
Hi, Megan.
Eunice too?
You're in 2. Let's assign you.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Sure.
You too.
All right. Who else? Let's see. Eunice, I believe, is a TA?
No.
No? Oh, there we go. Eunice is team 3. Okay.
I'd already split them up. I don't know why that didn't work. I already closed a bunch of rooms. I only had 3. I don't know why that.
Yeah, I don't know.
That
I
was
put them
that's
in
annoying.
3. Yeah. Thank you, Zoom, for always adding features. Hey, Mike.
Hey, I wound up going to group room 8. I was in there by myself.
Oh,
Are
let's not do that. You're supposed to be, you're Mike McLean? No, Mike McPhone?
Yeah.
I have 2 logins. I have a phone and then my computer.
Okay. I'm gonna put you in 1. Where are you? Oh, got it. Oh, it says not joined. Move to 1. There we go. Thank you, breakout rooms, for always being so painful. Who else is having trouble? Kim, you should be in team 2.
I went into breakout room 2. I was alone, and then Megan joined me. I love Megan, but I don't think she's supposed to be on my team, right? So we both came back.
Oh, Megan, I thought you told me team 2. I put you in team 2.
Oh,
Hang on.
sorry.
You're in 3. I see that. All right, and then I'm going to move Kim back to 2.
Okay, so excuse me, the group that I was sent to was the wrong one. I was with Sean.
Okay.
Yeah,
And Sean is in there by
I was in there
himself.
by myself. Now I'm out
All
of
right, sorry guys. The rooms are kicking our ass today, basically. All right, so let's see. I'm gonna do these one at a time. So room 1, I right now have Mike and Sean, and I need to also have.
Well, according to what we were posted, I'm supposed to be with Megan, Daniela, and Eunice, if we're going by those groups that Gmo said.
Yeah, those should be the groups, guys. It would make more sense if everyone is in the group, like if it's group 1, everyone in that room, but room 1, room 2, room 3. Sorry, I should have said that earlier. And that's originally how I had it parsed out, but and I closed all the rooms except for 3. I don't know why they came back up.
Okay, I'm just gonna move people individually here.
Yeah. We'll fix it. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's gonna take me a minute.
It's all good.
Daryl is gonna get moved to 3. Jonathan is getting moved to 2. Okay. All right, Hamilton is getting moved to 1. Ooh, we might be done. Let's see. Nope. Sean, where are you, sir?
I was in 1 and I'm hanging out in the main lobby. I'm supposed
That's
to be in
weird.
group 3.
It shows that you're in 1. Yep. Sean O'Sullivan, room 1. That's where I see you. Can you click on join? Because I literally see you in room 1, which is very weird. Oh, there he goes. Okay. Oh, we have Mike again. Mike, you also should be in room 1. I see you in room 1.
Yeah, I think Sean is supposed to be in room 3 though, according to the screenshot.
Okay.
And I'm supposed to be in room 1 with Tisdale, he, Hamilton, and Allison.
Okay, so Mike, I see you in room 1. I see 2 of you in room 1. Do you have a join button?
It's not popping up at the
If you-
moment. It normally would,
If you
but
click on join breakout room at the bottom, Mike, it will pop up for you. So if you don't see it pop up automatically, just click on join breakout room.
join.
'Cause I
Okay,
definitely see you assigned.
I see it now. Okay, thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Megan. Speaking of Megan, I also see you assigned to room
I
3, but
I
not joined.
I think I'm good now. I was in room 2 with Kim, but I think it
Uh-huh.
changed. And then
Okay.
Eunice is also supposed to be in my group. So group
Yep.
3.
Eunice is also assigned to group 3, to room 3, so y'all need to click on join breakout room, and I think the both of you should be good.
Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
I'll see you guys soon.
Thanks. All
Thank
right.
you.
I'm gonna be resetting that clock, Guillermo.
Yes, please. Sorry about that. I pre-assigned him though. I swear.
Well, that's okay. Shit happens, as they say. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. All right, let's do this.
Sorry, can you send me to group 2? Or can I join there?
Let's see, Daryl. Um, yeah, you're assigned to group 3. How does this keep happening? Going to 2.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Eunice, are you able to hear me? Well, that was fun. I'll get you all coming back early. All right. Sorry about that mess. Breakout room hell.
That's good. We don't feel alone when we make all our mistakes.
I'll tell you this, there's mistakes I've made in project management that I am still making. And sometimes I'm amazed. I'm like, Judith, how did you do this again?
Because you're breathing, that's why, right? Stop breathing, you'll stop making mistakes.
Yeah. All right. All right. How did that go? I mean, after the little room fiasco, like once you actually went heads down, how did that go?
I think it went pretty good. There's a lot of brainstorming, and we were just meshing, I kind of feel like. So,
Okay. Yeah, that's good. For a first activity, that's how that's gonna go. That's one of the reasons that, like, I mean, I'm not gonna lose any sleep over whether your elevator pitch is perfect or not, to be honest. Like, I just want to make sure that you all have a common idea that you're working towards. So,
Judith,
what team, what, go ahead,
I just
Kim.
want to ask a question since this is, you're teaching us about group, like we only had half of our team there. And so I'm wondering, do you just, I hate to just rush forward when they're not even there to give their input, but we kind of have to, right? And so do you have a way that you deal with when almost half your team is missing?
In You mean like in real life, right? Like if we were doing this as a project in a company where somebody was paying our salaries, I wouldn't have it. Like I would not have a meeting this important with half the team missing. If they forced me, and I knew that that was going to happen, I would ask people to think about stuff in advance, provide feedback in advance. I would also record it. I would share it out with the team and give people a few, whatever window makes sense to give you feedback, and then just validate each other's feedback. But if this is the beginning of a project and you're doing, a kickoff and like half your team is missing, you got bigger problems. To be honest. Yeah. Not a popular opinion sometimes. Like I've actually canceled team agreement meetings. I do those all the time when I have a new team working on either a new team or a team working on a new project. And if the point is to have everyone aligned and working well together and, 2 out of 5 people, 6 people are missing, then like that sort of defeats the point of the meeting. So I reschedule. Yeah, I'm also a bit of a rebel, so all right. So let's see. Who from Team One wants to tell us what you ended up brainstorming about?
It was me, and a Hamilton. The rest of our team members were not there. They're not here today.
Mhm.
But in a sense, we discussed a project management app that will be used to track tasks and the financial costs that's associated with it. Um,
Okay, project management app with tasks and costs. Okay, sounds good. We can do that. All right, Team Two, what did you all think about doing?
all right. So we took the slide, kind of like copied it and pasted. So our target's going to be people who like to hike, and we're thinking of incorporating fitness, hikes, trails, being in the moment, like feeling the fresh air, noticing how you're breathing, kind of like meditation, deep breathing exercises before. We're going to incorporate the weather API use just for Guillermo because he loves that API so much. We're thinking calling this app Happy Hiker. And it is a product for like fitness and outdoors that betters one's self-being. Unlike all trails that just focuses on the trails and like the how far you're going, this will incorporate whole body being.
Cool. Okay. Sold. Excellent. Team three, what did you all think about?
All righty. So ours is for the junior dev who struggles searching job boards in our modern age. The junior dev jobs, just a placeholder name. We haven't come up with a name yet, obviously, is a career search tool that consolidates job posts and reduces search time. Unlike Glassdoor, LinkedIn Jobs, and ZipRecruiter, our site gives the new dev a place to find a beginner tech jobs without searching through the more experienced required posts that you would find on other tech job search websites.
I'm gonna write down beginner jobs, not big jobs. Those are not the same thing. Beginner. Okay, got it. Yeah, I wish sometime would somebody would save me some of that hassle. Cool. Okay. Those sound like three pretty solid, maybe real, maybe made up projects, but they're real to us today. So, great. All right. Yeah, let's do this. So a picture is worth 1,000 words is what they say. As an artist, I actually do believe that. So we're gonna do a little bit of sketching, for our app so we can have a better idea of what to build. There's an exercise or an activity technically it's called Crazy Eights, but we don't like to make fun of mental health. And so I've just renamed it Ideates. And it's a way to just develop independent ideas. It's the opposite of brainstorming in a group, right? It's basically like you coming up with as many of your own ideas about the app, as you can in a short amount of time. Think of it like stretching before doing an exercise. It's like it's short, it's quick, it just preps you like it only has the one goal and that's it. And so that's what we're gonna do today to get some of those creative juices flowing. So this is where you'll need your piece of paper. And all you're gonna do with your little piece of paper is fold it again, and fold it again so that you end up with this lovely thing. So take a minute if you need to go get some supplies, but that's all you're doing is you're folding this thing into eights. Thus the idea of Crazy Eights and Ideates. All right, while you do that, I'll tell you in a little bit more detail how this is going to work. Does somebody have questions?
Then we're gonna go pick up Leah.
We're going to go pick up Leah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
That's all right. All right. So your ideates might look something like this. To be fair, I did this one, and I had time. So, it probably looks a little fancier than yours will. The idea is that you have basically one screen per box. So if you think of this as your mobile app page, and like that's what it is. If you think of this as your desktop browser, then that's what it is. So you basically use it however you want. I don't know if you're going to build an app or a mobile app, so it's up to you all. What we're trying to capture here is like what each screen is going to do. Not in a ton of detail, as you can see. And you can see from these are like real class examples. They're boxes and placeholders for images, for text, for carousels, for video, etc. This is another example where you've got like a help button or a profile or a list of something with like services here with dollar amounts, patient records, etc. You've got some charts, you've got a chat, you have pins on a map that look like fried eggs, but again, we're not after perfection here. So here is another one. This is actually from the gardening app itself, I believe. So like the list of crops, I believe this is corn, the like minerals and stuff in the soil. So some charts there again, a search, they're searching for roses, etc. And yet another example, just to give you more examples. Again, another like gardening app example. As you can see, here's like a list of the crops that are planted. There's a little edit button. There's a little X to close it. There's little details underneath. You do not have to get super fancy. This is literally about just like getting ideas about what your app could look like, especially since this is the first time that you're coming together to think about it, right? So what we're going to do is individually, we're going to work on our ideates, and we can turn our cameras off until we're done. I'll just put in a timer for 8 minutes. But the point is, draw 8 screens of the app that you're building. You can do multiples of the same thing if you want. Like if you want to do multiple, home pages, you can do that if you want to do a whole flow. You can do that if you want to mix it up. It's more about getting the ideas out there than perfection, right? So that's all that we're doing for the next 8 minutes. Um, does everyone have what they need in front of them?
I'm running to grab the paper right now. I just wanted to hear what you had to say.
Go for it. Questions in the meantime? Go back to some more examples.
So we're each drawing our own templates, or we're doing this as a group?
You are each doing one sheet of sketches, and then what we'll do, I'm forwarding, and then what we'll do is we'll present those. So one person's going to present their one sheet, and then I'm going to put you into your groups, and then you're going to present your ideates to each other. So that way you will collectively end up with whatever, like 16, 24, whatever it is, examples of sketches. But for now, the immediate activity is for you to do your own individual sheet of sketches, of the 8 sketches, for the app of the team that you're in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Cool. All right, so I'm gonna do this thing. Nope, I'm gonna do this thing. Alrighty, y'all have 8 minutes. Feel free to turn your webcams off if you want. We'll just regroup in 8 minutes and present. You should probably be at least halfway through. You got about 3 minutes left. All right, let's start to wrap it up. Or let's actually wrap it up. And as you do that, just a reminder, the deck that I gave you a copy of also has this as well. So we had the elevator pitch. We've got the sketching examples here. This is the elevator pitch GPT. And actually, Mike, I went ahead and I don't know if you saw me do it. I ran the like your app through the elevator pitch GPT and did one of those. I put it in the channel just so that you have an example in case you want to make use of it. And if you don't, that's okay.
Oh, thank you. I
You're
had
welcome.
in the Slack, and I had gave a smile, I think, or a thumbs up, and I went and I started to look at the app for it. So thank you.
Nice. Yeah. Absolutely. All right, folks, who's going to be the brave soul that walks us through their ideates before we break up into groups? I just need one person.
I can go.
Great. One thing I've learned is if you have a blurred background, it might do some funny things on you. So you may have to get it right up to the camera to show us. And I'm going to pin
Oh,
spotlight you for everyone.
no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It won't. When I get close, it'll disappear. I can do it from back. Let me see. I can get closer. Okay.
Yeah, those backgrounds are awful for for sharing those.
Okay, let me. How do I cut off my? Let me see. I know how to turn it on. Background. Does somebody not have a background up that wants to share? I'll have to. Let me see. How do I just cut this off?
If you go to the up arrow, then you click on I think it's video settings. Then you can turn it off from there.
Yeah, it's on the lower left.
Okay.
Or just background and effects. That might be better, yeah. Yeah, just background and effects. After you do the up arrow, and then click on none.
Background effects.
And then click on none. There you go.
There you are.
Okay.
Ta-da! We can see things. Yay. All
Okay.
right, Mike.
I just kept it simple, just with the idea. So the first thing, you got the home page that'll have the user login and the option to sign up. And if you sign up, it'll go to the sign up page, right? Then you have a task page, which which overall is going to show the list of tasks. But in order to do that, I have the app will have to take the user input to add the task, and it'll also have the option to delete the task. So it's just right now three pages, just I'm an overview, but you can kind of see where it would go.
Yep.
So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I can see that. All right, excellent. So this level of detail that Mike walked us through was great. We're gonna do that now as a team. Here we go, remove the spotlight. I'm going to attempt to put you in your groups, but I did enable that you can put yourself in your groups. So yeah, we're gonna go there. We're also due for a break, so let's come back at 15 after the hour. No, that doesn't give you enough time. Let's go back at 20 after the hour. That gives you time to do a go around so that everyone can share their designs and then take a break. So first, let me make sure I got you in the right places. Okay. And see you at 20 after the hour. Ooh, look how smoothly that went. Ah!
Second time is
Nice.
a charm.
Exactly. Where do I want to do this? Hello, hello. Oh, Patricia, I like your panda.
What is this? Change your name to? We got a new student in class. It's Patricia.
Welcome, Patricia.
Yeah, she's on our team, number 3. She's new. I guess she's already has all the experience too, so she's just gonna build her app for us.
There we go. Make up for our missing team members today.
Sorry, I'm being silly. I'll change it.
Never apologize for being silly.
Laughter is so important.
My God, we got 3 hours of this workshop, man.
Did it change your name too, Megan?
No, I changed
Oh,
it.
okay. That was awesome. I was able to mad lib that a bit.
Is that one of the Zoom apps?
Yeah, you can do an avatar. Oh wait, hold on. I still have the other one.
Remember when those came out and like no one could ever have a serious meeting because we were all like wearing hats and mustaches and stuff? Oh, the good old days.
That was one of the only ways I could get one of my students that I did one-on-one tutoring. It's the only way I could get him to talk is to put on a goofy, something goofy. Yeah.
Hey, whatever works.
Yep.
Cool. All right. How did your breakout go? Did you all get ideas from each other, I hope? I think you can see that if you do a couple of rounds of this, maybe 3, you end up with a bunch of ideas. After that, you kind of start to lose your like the return on your investment there, though. Like diminishing returns. That's kind of what you get. You're not gonna have brilliant ideas like 46 sketches later, right? Like they're all gonna start to look like each other's sketches, and that's fine. Like this is just a warm up. You can't just like warm up forever. You gotta go and like run the marathon at some point. So, let's see. Let me do this screen sharing again. Um. So I was thinking that this is up to you all, but I think if you're working on your individual projects, you might want to pair with a couple of people and just do a crazy eight, sorry, and do an ideates about that project to like give you other people's ideas, even though it's the code that you're going to build. But maybe there's things on there that you haven't necessarily thought about because like brainstorming by yourself is sort of like, blah. I think so. If you can volunteer a few people and maybe help them out, that might be a nice way of like still using this exercise, even if you're not on a group project. So this is what I think about during breaks. I only think about you all. The other thing about these is that if you if you pick up the book called Sprint by Google Ventures, they walk through how to do a design sprint in 5 days. They spend the entire third day sketching, right? So like this is the very beginning of a lot of different ways that you can get to the point where you have like finished mock-ups. And one of the things that I like about that is dot voting, so that you can basically like sometimes they get put up in a room if you're together, but if you're virtual then you can do it like this and just like copy and paste dots and stuff, but like people can vote on the things that feel most valuable to solve that particular problem. So for example, like the I just made this up, right? But like we like the way that the search box here was working, and we also like how the crop list was displayed. The nice thing about being able to do that when you're remote and when you're working on a team project is that, all dots are equal. It's not about the loudest voice in the room. It's not the most opinionated person. It's not about like the CFO or the CEO being in the room and having their say. It really helps demonstrate what people think will solve the best problem. Then you can get to the point where you do something like there's a ton of apps these days. This is, I think, from Oh, I'm blanking on where that is. But anyway, it's on my resources page. Um, but there's a bunch of these AI apps that will, mock up an app for you if you give it some parameters and stuff. So I took the elevator pitch for the gardening app, I gave it to this thing, and this is what's called a low fidelity mock-up. It's also really good to be able to explain your business idea and do things low level without getting caught up in like font styles and colors and pictures and those kinds of things. And then you can evolve those. This is also another it's another app that will basically like skin the mocks that you have for you and stuff like that. Again, like the gardening app, not my favorite color scheme, but the point is like you basically go from this very rough idea to something that's like, okay, let's add a little bit more detail to, all right, let's now choose a style library, etc. to style it, and then you end up having your final sort of design. So you don't have to do, like, we're not doing any of this today, you don't have to, but if you want to do that for your individual projects or your final ones, then like just illustrating the fact that there's different levels of like fidelity that your visuals can go through. Does that make sense? Have any of you used something like this before?
I have not, but that looks really cool, like seeing it grow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's like scary how quick this is now. It's not perfect, and you don't have to accept it, right? But like the default that it gives you, oftentimes it's like, well, heck, this is 80% of the way there. I'll just, I'll just like modify the rest of it. So I do love like not having to start from scratch because personally I find that really difficult sometimes. And it's like, oh, I hate this picture. I'm going to change the picture, or like this layout is really good, or like this thing's very confusing, so whatever. It's another tool. You do with it what you want. I think I have those also under resources. Relume, that's the one. So Relume is the one that I was using. There's also like Figma. Figma has some AI tools in there as well. I think everybody and their mother has AI tools in there these days. Okay, so that's in your handout. Cool. All right. Any questions about designing, sketching, brainstorming, blah, 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 blah? No. Okay. Oh, man. All my bones in my back crack. All right. Let's talk about scope for a minute. So scope is just the work to be done. Like it's what you need to deliver, right? And so you'll always hear project managers talk about scope. Some of them talk about scope creep. I don't believe in scope creep, but scope is just the work to be done. It's a fancy term for like shit that's got to be done, right? Think of it that way. Sorry, Guillermo, I do throw a little shit here and there.
Nah, I think you swear less than I do. You're good.
So the reason that I point this out is because there's different levels of scope that you should be aware of. And this is like forever, right? Like this is not just for the project. Like this is something that's helpful for any team that you're going to join if you're going to be building software. If you're going to be playing volleyball professionally, not so much. So like features are what the user can do in your application at a very high level. At a lower level, we have user stories. Sometimes they're called requirements, depending on what methodology you use, blah, 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 doesn't matter. They're more detailed breakdowns of your features. And another term that I want you to be familiar with is acceptance criteria, which is like the definition of done, which is basically like, how do you know that this thing works? How are you going to test it? And not just you, right? But like the other person on your team that does not live inside your head and does not know what you meant. And so we write down the things explicitly that we're building so that somebody else can test them. Let me go back here for a second. So if I give an example of a feature, like having a shopping cart is a feature. That's very high level. It does something. It lets you do a checkout. A user story for a shopping cart might be, I can add an item to the cart. I can remove an item to the cart. I can change the number of items of that particular thingy I'm buying in the cart. I can update my credit card details. I can switch my credit card. I can add a promo code, like all of those things that make up like a shopping cart experience or feature. Those are user stories. Does that kind of make like 50% sense right now? I'm seeing some nods. Nods are good. Okay. What does my husband say? A nod is as good as a wink to a blind horse. I think that's a super old expression. But every now and then he'll throw that out. I'll be like, yeah. All right. So let's talk about how like scope becomes a thing, right? Usually there's like somebody in charge who has some business goals, the organizational leadership. It can be the CEO, it can be I don't know. It could be, it depends on the organization that you're in. It could be your the product team. It could be a client. It sort of depends on like who's in charge of this thing. But they have a vision for what the business goals themselves need to be. And ideally, they're using UX researchers and designers to talk to actual humans that will be their customers, that will be their users. A lot of companies skip this. Try not to work for a company that skips this because it's kind of important to build things for people because people use apps, you may have heard. So, so there's this whole level of research that needs to happen before you build an app. Why? So that you're not wasting your time, and so you're actually solving a problem that needs to be solved, that someone's going to pay for it. You have no idea. Maybe you do have a really good idea of like how many companies don't do this. They get really excited about a project, they go and they spend all this money and nobody uses it because nobody needed it or because they didn't build it for the right people. So generally, users will tell you the problems they're having. They will tell you how they're trying to solve them, and then designers will come up with solutions that would potentially work to solve their problems. All this without a line of code, usually, right? Then you will normally have a product owner that's like, yep, that makes sense. We're gonna build these features. I'm hearing more about this from users. I'm hearing a lot of demand about this, etc. And they work to basically like prioritize a roadmap. And so, any software that like has all these, releases, they have product teams, they have product owners and product managers that decide what kinds of features are going to get released at what particular point. So our Q1 release is going to include XYZ. Our Q2 release is going to include this, this, and that. That's the job of the product owner, product manager. Sometimes they're called something else depending on the company. But basically the vision of what's going to be delivered when. Then you have a team, us, that is going to help take those features and organize them into smaller user stories, of which there will be hundreds and hundreds, potentially, right? So that we can prioritize what to build first and divide it up. Because it's pretty crappy having a team of 5 developers if only one is busy working on a giant thing and 4 are doing nothing, right? Waiting for PR reviews. Like that's not how good software gets done. Ideally, if you have 5 developers, you have 5 people working on 5 different things and getting merged into the same code base, getting tested, etc., and making consistent progress. So the goal of this workshop is to get you to the point where you understand the features that you want to build for your application, but also the user stories that need to make up that whole. I'm seeing some nods. Nods are good. Okay. And then you code, right? So like, I know some of you are going to just be itching to code, and like for your individual projects, that's great. I don't know, for your individual projects, you do whatever Guillermo says, right? When you're out there in the workforce, it is a really good practice. Thank you. That's the word. It's a really good practice to make sure that you really have an idea of what you're building before you start doing the actual coding. I can't believe it's 2024 and I still have to say this because so many companies just don't do that. But anyway, That's my soapbox. So this is basically what we do in this workshop. I just want to acknowledge that we're skipping a bunch of steps because it's a learning environment, right? Like we're not working for a client, we're not working for a company, we don't have UX researchers, etc. So that is essentially the area that we're covering in this workshop. Does this make sense to you all? Okay. All right. So let's get into a little bit more detail about the levels of scope. This does get a little theoretical, but hopefully it'll be helpful as well. So if you think of like the business goal as your biggest bucket, right? So like you want to increase revenue in the Midwest by 3%, whatever it is. Like that's a business goal. Nobody can code that. That's a business goal. But how you're going to do that is by offering epics or features. Those are used interchangeably. So I'm using them both because depending on where you end up working, the language might be, the terminology might be different. So think of like features as like the holding buckets for the smaller stories. So again, like if the feature is your shopping cart, and then the smaller stories are the steps to like add items to the cart, remove items to the cart, update credit cards, etc. That is basically what this visual here is trying to show. You may get to the point where you also need to have like tasks associated with the story or whatever, but that is just too granular for us, and we don't need to deal with that today. I just wanted to show you the various levels that you're going to probably run into. So we put some actual context into this. Let's say we're throwing a party, right? And so some of the features that we have are related to planning the actual meal, like getting the stuff to cook, right? And like setting up the event. I know there's a million other things involved in throwing a party, but I don't do it often. So there you go. This is what you got. At my parties, you get food and drink. That's it. So if we're thinking about like planning the meal itself as an epic, that sorry, as an epic or a feature, then your user stories could be that like I need to track guest allergies. I need to come up with like at least 3 courses that everyone can eat. Or in my, with my family, it's more like 5. As a host, I want to serve a wide array of drink options. Again, my family, that's 12. And I want to like publish a menu for my guests in advance. Maybe, like maybe not, right? So these things will all get prioritized at some point, and we'll work on them. But in terms of organizing from like something that's too big to do to like smaller chunks that you can manage independently, this is what this visual is meant to represent. So I want to stop here because I've been using a lot of words again. What questions do you all have about scope?
From a project, like if you're using Agile, for instance, is this something that you would use to make sure that your project doesn't go out of scope, if that makes sense? Like if you're having multiple teams work on the same project, like let's say you have like a UX, UI design team, you have a team that's doing like the functionality, is this something that you would bring to the table to make sure that you're not stepping on anybody's toes, so to speak?
Yes, and sequence the work. So if I have 3 epics happening, so for example, I'm working on a project right now that has to do with like archiving projects or archiving documents in SharePoint. Super sexy stuff, let me tell you. This is what I've been waiting for my 27 professional years, but it is what it is. So one of my epics is around automatic archiving. I also have an epic around like unarchiving, and I have an epic about an admin dashboard. The admin dashboard, to your point, needs to have visual components that like the backend jobs don't need to have. And so I will set up stories specifically for designing what the admin dashboard is going to look like and the flow of how things are going to work in there. And I'm going to do that as part of the admin dashboard epic. But they're design stories, right? And so those will be followed by development stories. And they'll all be grouped in the same epic of admin dashboard because my client at some point is going to be like, hey, how are we doing against the admin dashboard? And I'm like, well, we're 33% of the way done because we've done, this, this, and this, and we still have to do this, this, and this. So it's also a really good like CYA way of like explaining progress to someone is that grouping and having the smaller stories under it. So yes, and yes, and yes, and.
Thank you.
Good question. Other questions? All right. So let me give you a different one. We said we might build a restaurant app, right? So choosing from local restaurants, that's an epic. I can't give Sean work that says, allow me to choose from local restaurants and just like have it be done. I mean, maybe for his individual project, right? But like if we're working together as a team, then we're like, okay, how do we break this down so that we can each work on those components? So someone's gonna be able to search for restaurants near me. Someone's gonna maybe work on restaurant searches by name or by like a type of cuisine, and someone's going to do the front end for like details about the restaurant, like maybe the address or directions or whatever. Um, Likewise, somebody else might be working on things like allowing to store payment methods in the app so that you can reserve things at the restaurant or you can pay through the app. Maybe it has takeout or whatever. So this is another way of like breaking down like the business goal into a subset of features and then into smaller user stories. I hope you're tired of talking about user stories because this is my last slide on user stories or on scope. Is this resonating? Like seriously?
It's like breaking it down and breaking it down so it's small enough that okay, that's how it's all put together.
Exactly. At the end of the day, like um it's that awful joke, right? Is that awful like how do you eat an elephant? Right? I need to find a better one, but like that's just a really good illustration, like one bite at a time, like ew. But that is a very good illustration of basically like breaking things down into smaller problems. I think this is also helpful to you in your individual projects because if you end up with a feature that's too large, you might go down a rabbit hole. I know I would, right? Like I did actually learn to code once. It was awful. I am not made for that. And I would go down like rabbit holes just trying to figure stuff out. If you, however, have smaller deliverables to work on, you'll notice that I think that you will notice that you work faster because you can get them done, in a few hours or in like a half a day or whatever. I've worked with teams that deliver stories, at like a half a day level, 1 day level, maybe a couple of days. And I've worked with teams who estimate things that are going to take them a week to do. And I'm like, a week to do something is too big, right? Anyway, that's neither here nor there. That's up to your teams and however you'll work in the future in your companies. The point is to make those small user stories as independent as possible. Next, we're going to get into actually writing user stories from your features, but I just want you to have the concept for right now.
Okay,
Okay,
can I ask a question, Judith? And maybe I'm
please do.
getting ahead, or maybe this is something Megan asked you, and I don't
Are you
always use
looking ahead in the deck?
terminology. Oh, I love this, but who's responsible for doing all this if it's not our personal project? Do you know what I'm saying? Like we're a group of equals working on this, who's responsible for designing this, the plan?
That's a good question. You said if it's not your individual project, so you mean like when you work in teams?
Like what we kind of did today. Yeah, if this was, and it will be for real.
Yeah, exactly. I think whoever has a propensity for it or like wants to do it, I think the answer is not everyone, right? Like having everyone work on designs, it's almost like having too many cooks in the kitchen. That's my personal opinion. Just like you wouldn't have everyone on the team working on the database structure at the same time, or on the, the database schema at the same time. So I think in the past, what teams have done is they've sort of assigned themselves roles based on what they're interested in doing. So some people will do the front end, some people will do, the database stuff, some people work on APIs. I don't know if you all have done that in the past, in the evening and weekend program, Guillermo. Do you have specific guidance around that?
Yeah, it kind of lends itself to kind of exactly what you said. Whoever has the propensity, someone always kind of takes the lead saying, hey, who wants to work on this? Who wants to work on that? Hey, find an API that works. Hey, do you like designing front end stuff? You want to do this? So typically that's kind of how it breaks down.
Okay, and you're talking about once this design is done, I'm thinking like, who creates this design, the scope design?
Oh, got it. So what I would do, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that initially. So what I would do is do your ideates as a team, and then maybe do like a low fidelity mock, and maybe that's a couple of people that do it, right? But like have a visual of what the app will look like before you start coding, because it will save you hours in confusion later. You're going to use the drawings that you make today, and I'm going to give you homework to do a few more, right? Or for your individual projects. You're going to use those low fidelity mocks, and they will be able to inform your user stories. And we're going to do that like in detail next week. We're going to look at an application. We're going to say, this is a story, this is a story, this is a story, and we're going to write stories.
So it sounds like it's almost just going to be obvious. It's just we have to get it written down.
Explicit. You need to make it explicit. Yeah. And not everybody's interested in, doing mock-ups. I don't know why not, but it's a thing. So cool. All right. Anybody else? And obviously, like for your own projects, like you're you, like you're in charge. You're doing your thing. I think one of the things that I'll be curious about, is like, since we're doing this for your individual projects, if this is something that you can like leverage, and if you're actually going to be doing, mock-ups and designs and stuff like that for your individual projects. Anyway, that's what I'm curious about. We've got a few minutes before we're due for another break. All right. I feel like I've talked about features to death. Maybe let's see, we've talked about this. Yeah. So this is the same thing I said before. So common examples, we talked about the shopping cart, things like account management. Account management is not a user story. It's a whole set of features because you have logins, you have passwords, you have avatars to upload, you have preferences, you have, I don't know, whatever else is in account management. You might have subscription as part of account management, etc. Payment processing, also a big one, that has to do with, payment methods, adding them, changing them, updating them. When do credit cards expire? Do we get that automatically through an API from, from like Stripe or whatever? Do we allow address changes on credit card holders? Do we verify that? How do we tokenize? Like just tokenizing credit cards is just fun. Or integrating with like Venmo or PayPal. Like all of those things can be smaller user stories that are part of an epic called payment processing. Don't even get me started on message boards. So if we think about the gardening app, in like no order whatsoever, like this could just be a whole list of features that are associated with the app. So if you think about like brainstorming in like, like literal sticky notes, like we used to do when we were in person and, and stuff. This could all be sticky notes that are just like ideas of what like the application could do. This is unfiltered. This is not prioritized. This is literally a brain dump of everything that you can think the application might do. We're going to do some of this today. And if you think about like the restaurant app, it'll be something like this, right? So like maybe it'll have loyalty rewards programs, maybe it'll have waitlist management, maybe it'll do dietary preferences as a filter. Don't say no to anything at this point. Just dump it out there. You can always figure out whether you want it or not, whether your user wants it or not. You can prioritize it. And that is the bulk of what we're going to be doing the rest of today is identifying and prioritizing features. But it's okay for like all this stuff to like be in your head right now as to like, oh my God, what is this thing going to do? I have a million ideas. Great. Million ideas is a wonderful thing to have. I'm going to give you the structure to organize those a little bit. So, but before we do that, here's another chat GPT for you. So, we're going to do one more session or one more activity before we take a break. And this is to actually identify features. So again, you can use the chat GPT for it if you want. You can do it by hand. You can do it by sticky notes. You can do whatever you want. Let me go to it. What you can also do is you can take your elevator pitch. You can put it in here. Did I? No, I don't want my elevator pitch. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing, I think. 30 features. There we go. Paste an elevator pitch. You know what? Screw you, ChatGPT, because you worked for me last workshop, and this is why I don't like you. There we go. Ornery little thing. So if you need ideas to get started for your app, literally you can just plug in what it is that you're trying to do, and it'll give you a bunch of different ideas. It should give you 30. Oh, look at that. Yes. And I'm going to say, so then it's going to ask you, do you want a simplified version with just the name? So I'm going to say yes. And this basically is what becomes your sticky notes. Okay, so this brain dump literally is just cutting and pasting from here. You do not have to use this. You can do your own brain dumping. It is completely up to you and your team. You can also write your own chat GPT if you want. But that's basically the next activity that we're going to do. And the way that we're going to do that, let's see. So you'll see that here, like this is for the gardening app. So like a crop recommendation engine, weather integration, harvest tracking, task reminder system, etc. These may or may not ever get done, right? But it's just it's a thought starter for you. It's a conversation starter for your team. What we're gonna do is this is the first time we'll go into your mural boards. So first, let's make sure you can access them. They're in this document that I put in the Slack channel. So I want you all to confirm that you can access them. You should not need to create an account. I hate having to create accounts. It should just take you right into your Teams board. Anyone having trouble locating it? Okay, so we got team one. I don't see team one in here yet. Team two, I see you hovering. Team three hovering. Okay. So team one, I think, is Mike and Hamilton. Are you all having any trouble accessing this?
It's asking if I want to enter as a visitor, create an account, or log into Mural.
Enter as a visitor.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, unless you want to create an account, but
No.
Bleh. Okay. So while Mike gets that, there's Mike. Hello. All right. So, Mural works very similar to like Miro and other tools that you may or may not have used. The key to navigating around is down here at the bottom on the right-hand side. There's a move mode in which you can move like the entire board. And if you go away from it, you're basically in edit mode. And then you can zoom in, zoom out. And I can do something. Like, where's paste? Paste. So I just pasted the content from ChatGPT on here. It's probably the wrong one, but you can use it. Or you can go to the side and you can use these sticky notes. That was really big. Let me make that smaller. And you can just like double click on the board and create sticky notes there. And if you don't like it, you click on it and you hit delete, basically. Okay. Is everyone able to get a sticky note going in their board? Is anyone not? Let me confirm that.
Mine's still loading. I'm gonna try on maybe a different browser. It just keeps circling that it's loading.
No, that's a bummer. I always use Chrome, so I know it should work in that.
Yeah, I'm on Chrome right now, unfortunately. Let me try, I'm gonna try incognito mode. Maybe it'll work.
Okay. Anybody else having trouble? No? Okay. Okay, so while Megan works on that, basically what I'm gonna ask you to do, I'm gonna give you more time than this actually, because we have a little bit more time. We'll do 15 minutes of this. Is identify potential features that your app is going to have. I definitely encourage you to think through the ideates that you created. So the visuals that you have, discuss it, like have ideas about what you want the app to do, and add them on here. You can use the Chat GPT to give you the some starting ideas, etc. Whatever you want. But I will ask that this is just a brain dump right now. Don't worry about prioritizing, whether you're going to do it, how you're going to do it. Don't worry about any of that. Just worry about the what, not the how, because the how is the next, it's the next activity. And then you all are due for a break as well. So, all right, let's also come back at 20 after the hour. Another 20 after the hour. Good. Okay. If you're clear, I'm gonna open up your breakout rooms. If you're having trouble, let me know.
I got mine to work in incognito mode.
Oh, nice. Weird, but nice. Okay. Is anyone currently having trouble getting into the mural? No? Okay. I'm gonna open up rooms and see you at 20 after. Don't forget to go to the bathroom, boys and girls. Hamilton, if you're having trouble joining at the bottom, you should have the option to join breakout room. You're in number 1.
Right, thank you.
Yep. Cool. All right. I'm going to take a break as well, Guillermo. I'll see you at 20 after. Hey, Hamilton.
Hey,
Where did you, there's Mike. Where did you and Mike end up putting your sticky notes for the feature list?
we did not do that yet.
Okay. There is never a time that someone does not use arrows and try to organize things.
Yeah, that sucks.
Stop it. All right. I think we're missing a couple people. Let's go a minute. You know, there's a stereotype about veterans always being on time.
You're on time, you're late.
That's right. Same thing for project managers. Actually, I got that from a veteran that taught project management. So I'm not sure it's true for project managers as much as for veterans. All right. How did that exercise feel to you all?
See where it would be really
Yeah.
beneficial.
Yeah, it was good, especially as a group exercise.
I think the only thing we were worried about is the feature versus like user story.
Same.
We didn't want to go too in depth, but we also wanted to make sure we added the things we were thinking, you know what I mean?
Yep. I know exactly what you mean. And I still do it. Like I still write things that I'm like, oh, this is, one or the other. And it's inevitably like, I'm like, oh, that's actually a story. And that's fine. Like there's nothing in project management that is about perfection, despite what any job description will tell you. It also like it doesn't make sense for you to spin your wheels trying to figure out, is it this? Is it that? Is it an orange? Is it an apple? Like it doesn't matter. It's fruit. Like we're after fruit today, right? So we eventually we will eventually separate the apples from the bananas. Cool. And hopefully this is also something that you can use in your individual projects. Just to brain dump a little bit there. All right, so let me take a look at some of these. Customizable meditation timer. Okay, eco-friendly hiker tips. Ranking feature, favorites, offline maps. Yep, trail file. Great. Okay, these all sound like really good features. We got list the jobs, saved alerts, automated web scraping, account login. Yep. Okay. All right. You guys are exactly where you should be in terms of feature identification. So pat yourselves on the back if you must. All right. So here is so the next step, right, is like what do you do with all this stuff and how do you figure out what to do? And there's a ton of methods out there. It doesn't really matter what you use if it works for you and if it works for your team. I have one that I show you here because I like it better than high, medium, low. In my experience, if you ask someone to prioritize features by high, medium, low, you're going to end up with like 80% of things are being high priority and 15% are going to be medium priority, and there's going to be like a couple of stragglers that are low priority. And I like to be pretty ruthless about prioritization and scope. So I'm pretty fond of the Moscow method. Again, like you can choose whatever you want, but the Moscow method is basically about scope that you must have, scope you should have, scope you could have, and scope you're not going to have, right? So if you think about it from those perspectives, the must have, as one might think, is really like you cannot launch your app without this. You absolutely cannot launch your app without this. This should be a very short list. If your app needs authentication and you don't have it, it's a must-have. If authentication is optional for your app, then maybe it's a should have or a could have, right? It depends on your app. But must-haves, you just cannot do without. It should be a fairly short list, like I said. But should haves are like, this is kind of like the secret sauce of our app, right? Like we really should have this. And these are basically like close followers. Like when you get through the things that like you absolutely must have, you're going to start tackling the list of your should haves. Again, this will depend on like how much time you have, the skill set that you have, whether you can get to these things, etc. And let's see, an example of that is like, I don't know, do you need to have like real user accounts in your system? Can you have a dummy account, right? Like that's how you trade off some scope sometimes. So think about what you definitely must have, what you should have, and then like could haves are basically like it's kind of a wish list item, especially for like projects like yours where you have a very limited time that you are working on them, and certainly your group projects. If you have 2 weeks to, sorry, I'm used to the full-time cohort, but if you have 2 weeks to build an app, you're gonna end up with a bunch of things in your could have that like maybe they'll get done, but it's okay if they don't. And so if you take the time to prioritize your features this way, then when you go to break them out into stories and develop them, etc., you don't have to you essentially don't have to freak out about how much stuff there is to be done. Like you already are pretty well organized and you know why you put something in that particular list. Are you going to get this right 100% of the time? Nope. I've been doing this stuff for 27 years. We still argue about shit, right? Like we still argue about prioritization and what goes where and stuff, and that's fine. It's a structure that will help you. It is not 100% foolproof, right? And ultimately that's what you want. It's just you want some support so that your time is spent heads down doing the coding that you want to be doing and not trying to figure out, well, what about this thing? And I thought I was going to have this. And oh my God, what am I going to get to this? And blah, 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 blah. Like those conversations have already happened. I said shit again. And then you'll have things like you're just not going to have. This is probably not going to be a very long list, right? But like sometimes you just want to iron out like the assumptions that you have, particularly as a team. Is like, what is our app going to do? What is it not going to do? So let's take a look at an actual Moscow board from the gardening app. So they already decided that they were not going to have like an automated crop watering machine control. I don't even know what that is, but they're like, yeah, forget it. And they were not going to use machine learning to analyze, data, blah, blah, blah. What they really needed to have was to be able to CRUD the actual plots. So to say, my piece of land is, 16 by 5 meters or like whatever land is. I live in an apartment. I don't know. I live in this zip code, and so this is my climate data. And they need to be able to access the API for plants, right? Those were very basic things. Those were their must-haves. And then they had their should have. So like maybe I should include watering data for the bananas I'm growing, right? In my little plot in Spain here. Being able to like search for plants, being able to have seasonal instructions. I don't know, trees need to be pruned. I assume plants do too. When these ladies die, I just replace them with a new plant. So not the greatest strategy, right? But so anyway, those are the things that they decided they should have. And then they could have some other ones, and they did, right? Like they got to some of the could haves. That's fine. But like nobody's gonna stress out if they don't have local pest search in the app when they graduate. This is you're not gonna freak out if you don't have this list, right? That's another way of thinking about it, but it's a much longer acronym than Moscow. So if you just look at the things that they absolutely wanted to be able to have to launch, this was it. So this to me feels way more manageable than where are you? Than this. Like that feels very different than something like this. Because this is probably what's happening in your minds right now, right? And you really need to be able to get to this. Now, yes. So that's what we're gonna do next.
Oh, sweet.
Yep. Cool. Okay. This is a longer one because I do want you to now take these. I'm gonna hang on 1 second. There you go. So you're gonna each take these and think about whether they belong in the must-have. Yep. In the must-have, should have, could have, or won't have category. You can retype it if you want, or I can do you this favor and clean it up. You can just drop and drag if you want. It's also okay if you decide that like some of these things are not going to be on the board because you're not sure. If you're not sure, it's a pretty good indicator you don't need it, by the way. Um, and also like you may eventually, you know, split this up or think of something else or whatever. That's fine. Think of this as like a Mission Impossible sort of thing. Was like it's automatically going to self-destroy after this workshop. Like you're not going to use this thing again. This is really what's going to help drive your application development when it comes to writing stories for these. So even here we're not done, right? Like this is just us prioritizing the features themselves. All right, how are you all feeling about this?
Anxious.
Yep. You know what? I appreciate the honesty. And this is tough, right? Like, I mean, you guys have 20 minutes, but I think in reality, not in reality, this is reality. When you work on your team projects, it'll be a longer conversation, because you're gonna argue maybe over 10 minutes, 30 minutes about a mood tracker. I don't know. There's probably gonna be some friction there because like some people really feel passionately that we need a mood tracker and some people don't. Okay, that's fine. But eventually you need to make a decision about it. If you get super stuck on something, then figure out a way to like resolve that conflict or have someone act as the product owner and make that decision, etc. But hopefully the majority of the conversation that we'll have in the next 20 minutes will help you. And on the bright side, when you do this by yourselves, like you're always right because you're not arguing against anyone except yourself. So, all
I
right.
argue with myself all the time.
Yeah, but you win the argument.
Good point.
Uh-huh. Cool. All right, so I'm getting ready to give you all 20 minutes to have some initial thoughts about this, and then we'll come back and discuss. Um, any questions about this? Okie dokie. Let's open up some breakout rooms for y'all. I'll be here if you need me, just pop back into the main room. Eunice, for whatever reason, it's not automatically like it assigns you to the room, but I think you'll have to click on the join room option again. I don't know why it picks on you like that. Sorry. Hey, Guillermo, are you around?
Yes.
I was gonna tell you that if you're gonna change the teams for like the final projects, um, just ping me. I'm in your Slack and stuff. Just
Mhm.
ping me and let me know. And if you want, I'll create additional boards for you so they can just start those fresh.
Yeah, for sure. Let me write that down actually.
How do you normally decide who goes in what team?
I just did it random.
No, I mean like in when you actually do it.
Oh, they've done it a bunch of different ways. It used to be in my cohort a long time ago during Papa is people would pitch ideas. And then if people liked those ideas,
Mm,
they would latch on to them, and that's how groups are formed. That's how we used to do it. I don't really know how they do it now. But we used to have like a very strict limit as to, hey, we need to have even teams. And I think one or two cohorts, they let them not have even teams, but then we got like really big teams and really small teams. I'm not a big
mm.
fan of really big teams because there's always a bunch of people not doing anything. And I don't think you can learn a lot in that way. So they've done it a bunch of different ways. I personally am a big fan of random teams, specifically because when you let them choose their teams, they choose their friends, which is totally fine. But random teams, the dynamic is better because I think you learn more how to collaborate with people that maybe you don't see eye to eye. And when I was in an interview once, they specifically asked about a difficult time. It's a really famous interview question, a difficult time that you worked with someone. And I actually used one of the experiences. I didn't say it was a group project for a coding bootcamp, but the
Hmm.
example that I gave was specifically from my group project and it killed.
Nice.
So it was awesome. So I have, yeah, very fond memories of potentially even working with people that you don't see eye to eye with, or maybe there's some friction because you could use it in an interview.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and it's also a really good skill to, because like it never gets old, right? I mean, it never gets, well, I guess outdated. Like that's a thing that you always deal with no matter what team you're in. There's always going to be friction no matter what.
Dude, there always friction and amongst teams, amongst stakeholders, among people that feel that they know it all, amongst people. I liked how you mentioned about typically people tend to agree with the people that makes the most money in whatever meeting you're in. They call it HIPPO or whatever, highest paid person or whatever. So anyway, long story short, I like random, and that's the group that we got. I just did a random thing on a little online generator.
Interesting. Yeah, I could definitely
But
see pros and cons of all of those things. Um, yeah.
so I think if these aren't the team, I'm going to push for these to be the teams because the random kind of worked from what my perspective. But I'll ask the other instructors, and then if we have to modify them, or because I know there's like one or two people missing. I don't know how attendance. Like this is only my second time teaching the evening and weekend course, so I don't know if some people miss more days than others or what the case may be. So we might have to adjust them. But I kind of like the teams that we pitched this time, as long as everyone shows up.
Yeah. I think team one is gonna struggle.
Okay. Uh,
Just they have the fewest numbers, and I don't think they've um both been there consistently. So I think there's something about like
oh,
that particular
okay.
team at this point. I don't know, maybe they'll, get themselves out of it. I mean
They
they're
never
doing the
do
thing
though. Come on,
now, so
come on. You've seen this before. High performing teams always perform at a high level, and bad teams always perform at a low level. Like, come on, come on. It's like when people say, "Oh, you'll grow out of it." You know what I found out? Very few people grow out of it. It's too much work.
well, what is that the science behind like when people change their mind? It's like people don't change their mind because they have new information that disagrees with their beliefs. Like as long as you believe something, that is going to continue to be your belief, and it's until you change your belief that you'll be open to change your mind about said thing.
And typically it comes with trauma. That's the only thing that really changes people, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's like the
I-
hardest way you could possibly, you know, the hardest road you could possibly take to change your mind, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, these teams seem to be doing pretty well today, so that's good. I'm gonna screen share. But yeah, I think they're in a good place right now.
Yeah, so what I was gonna do is I'm just gonna post that on the instructor, be like, hey, what do you guys think of this team? Should we, hold on to these 3 teams for the group projects? One thing we're definitely not gonna do is let them pick their own teams.
No free will.
I'll have free will on May 1st when I'm
Is
out
that
of the
when-
military.
Oh, I was gonna say, is that when you graduate? But yeah, it's even better.
Yeah,
What branch are you in?
I'm the Navy. Retirement right around the corner. But you can't really retire on a 20-year military pension. Not in this economy, especially with a family of, 2 kids and a wife. So
What's the place where you turn in your stuff? DFCS or what's it called? I forget.
your gear,
Yeah, your gear. What's that place where you
I
turn in your
mean, it's
gear?
different for everyone. Me, I
And
just
the
turn it into my supply people.
yeah, there's a plaque. The building has a name, doesn't it, in the Army? Anyone help
Oh,
me out?
is it
Army people?
CFF?
Yeah, DCFF, is that what it's called?
CFF, I think.
Yeah, that's like the best feeling in the world when you turn in all your stuff. You're like, oh, oh my God, here I made it. The
It's a
hell?
it's a pain though, because they don't want to take anything back.
Oh yeah. They always charge you for stuff, but that's fine. I don't care. I think they ended
Well, I
up.
don't
I
know
think I lost a bunch of stuff. I ended up charging me like $400. They didn't care. I'm not.
what
No.
they
Let's get you for
charge you for
something.
stuff.
If you lose it, I mean, if you lose it, so or if you like damage it or something. I don't know.
Oh,
They'll find
right, because you
something.
guys are just like dancing with it, right? Like you're not
Yeah.
actually using it.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a scuff on my helmet. Sorry about that.
I mean, you made a joke with something like that. That's pretty close to the truth, honestly. All right, I'll let you guys go. Sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, one of my husband's buddies was here September and October. He had a lot of war stories. He was in Vietnam, and man, some of the stuff that he had to deal with back then, it was just like, what? Like, is that even legal? But yeah.
They
Okay,
treat you better now, though. They treat you better.
I hope so. He has a lot of stories. Cool. All right. So how did that go? Not the leaving the army part, the board prioritization part.
So surprised that we didn't get it finished.
I mean, ours went pretty well. We didn't have as many cards as Jonathan's team though, so I could see where it could get difficult.
It's hard because you feel like, well, does this one incorporate this one? And it's like, this is the basis of our app, so I know this is a must, but I also feel like it's a should, and just ranking it, it's hard, you know?
Yeah. So let's talk about a couple of those. I know we're almost at time, so let me try and go quickly here. We'll talk about them again. Like we'll do a refresher next week before we get. Where am I? Thank you. Good Lord. Before we get into stories next week, I did add one for you, by the way. I agree, you didn't quite have enough. So, yeah, so you've got automated web scraping, account sign up and login, listing of job posts, maybe saving them. Another idea that you might want to do is like applied to jobs, maybe. This is like I'm not imposing my will on you, I'm just giving you ideas. User profiles, you may want to set up some well, you've got saved jobs, yeah. I think some filtering, right? Like if you want to filter by specific tech stack, or part-time, full-time, or contract, or whatever, there's like probably a bunch of filters that you can think about
Yeah,
implementing.
here's where we had that one and then we removed it because we figured that was a story under search. So you have your search you put in there because this website's going to grab all the junior dev ones, only junior dev ones at this moment in time. And then we have like the search, okay, by location or by tech stack or whatever, but wouldn't filter be a story of that?
Wow, we could argue this probably for days.
I figured, but that's why we took
Yeah.
it off.
I tend to keep it separately only because like ultimately you're still talking about getting a subset of results. So from that standpoint, it's the same thing, right? But like how
Okay.
you implement a search could be like a type ahead thing, and it could be only searching for a specific field is different than like filtering and like the UI that you have to build for like maybe multiple checkbox lists. Or like whether it's pre-populated or whether like you have freeform within a checkbox list, if it's multiple options, if it's going to be like different drop downs and stuff. So I don't feel super strongly about it, but those are eventually the kinds of conversations that your team will need to have. I would encourage you not to filter, but by every single thing that you ever think of, because yeah,
Right.
that's
So good
it's
rule of thumb for
complicated.
this process then is it like whether it's a story or a feature, throw it on there.
Exactly, because
Okay.
eventually, like, it'll just become a story anyway. If you all end up saying like, only gonna search for one thing, great. Or I'm only gonna filter by one thing, that's the tech stack, like, great. Don't sweat it too much right now. You just don't want to forget it. Okay, I see some of the links and stuff in here. Contact for dev. Is this literally like a contact us page?
Like yeah, I just put it in there because at the time I'm like, well, what do we put up here? But yeah, like at the bottom, like at the bottom of pages, they usually have
Yeah,
like contacts. That's kind of where it
fine.
was going. There you go.
Okay, so if it was me, fine. No qualm about just imposing my opinions on your boards, by the way. Um, cool. Okay, so that was a really good start. You have a pretty good sense of what you need to do. I think you all do too, but I have some questions about these. Um, like why why am I on move mode, right? Like why is this a must-have? Customizable hike reminders. Can you not launch without this and why?
It's kind of partly what made us stand out from other apps. So we thought if we're going to claim that, we better have it.
So if you do not have customized hike reminders, you cannot go live with this. You can't have like default hike reminders.
We did talk about default versus customizable. I don't remember what we came up with.
I think we were just thinking like a checkbox that like I want this reminder and I don't want that reminder kind of.
Got it. Okay. From a list that you'll supply? Okay. Yeah, might be able to sell me on that one. Tell me about stretching routines. Why are they a must?
I think because we were like, this is the difference maker, you know what I mean? And this is what we envision the app to be like mind and body before, during, and after, kind of
Oh, this
more
is
than
your
function.
like meditation routine, not like I'm gonna stretch my calves, I'm gonna stretch my whatever else I have.
Yeah, well, it kind of goes hand in hand. Like, yeah,
Okay. Okay. Okay, mood tracker, interactive map, aware. I think you have too much in must have, to be honest. I'm willing to be wrong. You can ask my husband, I barely am. Right, honey?
Would it be safe to say that must-have would be the minimal viable product?
No.
No. Okay.
Uh, that's really good thinking, but it's not. Your MVP would be somewhere in here.
I think that's what we were worrying about. Like, we wanted, the base product, but we also want what we were claiming is why you want ours. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And so that was the huge struggle we had with everything we're looking at. We're like, okay, like how integral is this? And then obviously we're leaning pretty heavy on the must-have, which I know we were, but it's like we all felt pretty strongly on all of these, and that's why we ended up with so many.
Okay. Tell me about Trail Finder.
That would be like the searching for the trails and all the other stuff, by like location and everything else, ranking by like, difficulty and all that.
How's that different than the interactive map?
That's while you're walking, it, tracks where you are so you don't get lost and all that other aspect.
Okay. So my argument would be if you have to move something to should have, it might be something like this because people already have a lot of applications that do that. I don't use them, but I know about them. There's people who exercise, and and so like you might think about how to leverage a, you know, a Garmin or a whatever, a Strava. Look at that. My memory's coming right back on things I don't use. But so if you find yourselves too full of must-haves, you're like, what do we not have to build? Because otherwise you have to build an interactive map and a trail finder. Can you leverage somebody else's trail finder through an API? I don't know, like I'm totally making that up, right? But like those are the kinds of questions that you'll want to ask yourselves when you get to the point where your team is working on your final projects. And like you have a limited time. The other thing that we'll talk about next week is how do you take so how do you take something like whatever, right? Like any of these and like make it smaller. Make it into multiple stories. So for example, one story related to like an interactive map might be I can link out to my Garmin account. I keep saying Garmin like it's a thing, but I think it's a thing. Like I can link out to my Garmin account or I can connect my account as opposed to like I'm gonna have this in this app as well. And maybe a second story is, oh, we're gonna build this within the app and then we're gonna show it to you within the app. So you're not it's not a binary, will I get it or will I not? It's like, what is the smallest amount of work that I can do? What is the smallest feature I can release, the MVP, of this feature that will still provide the user's value? So, and I'll stop sharing here because I know we're running short on time, but one one example of that is in like for example in this project that I was telling you about that archives and unarchives documents, right? The end result is the client wants an admin dashboard where they can like filter by contracts that are, you know, between this date range and that date range, or in this continent, or in this blah 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 blah. And they want to be able to then say, oh, these things have been you know, archived for X number of days. We need them back. We're going to unarchive them, etc. Great. Those are things that they think they need today. Probably not going to need them, but they think they need them today. But like, what is the simplest way to solve the problem of unarchiving? You build an ugly ass screen, you put a field on it to search, and when they click on a button, it unarchives. That's it, right? So like think in terms of like it does not have to be fancy, it does not have to be pretty, it just has to work. And then you iterate from that. And that is basically my teaser for what we'll do next week. All right. Any questions left about this week, though? Anything we've done so far? We've sketched, we've done an elevator pitch, we've sketched stuff, we've come up with a list of features. You can come up with more if you want. And then we've prioritized some. I've tried to talk you out of some. I eventually will. You'll end up adding some anyway, and that's fine. What else is on your minds? Megan says this has been really helpful and ... That's what the chat shows me. That's good to know.
Really helpful and interactive. Thank you so much, is what she said. And
You're
I
very
agree with what
welcome.
I agree what she says. This definitely, I'm definitely using this on my personal project because I'm like very anxious, obviously. So I'm thinking like, oh my gosh, what do I do? And now it's like giving me focus. You know what I mean?
So that's the key takeaway, right? Like, are you less anxious about your individual projects than you were when this session started?
Totally.
I win.
Yeah, whoever put out the info to do this before the individual projects was definitely right on the money.
That's really good feedback. So what I want to do is we'll carry this into next week, and next week we literally will take these. We're going to come up with we're going to take one of these, break it up into stories. We're then going to write the stories where they're going to critique each other's stories, and then I'm going to give you the runway to write some more on your own. So yeah, hopefully by then we end up with a very solid MVP. Until then. Thank you for the extra 7 minutes. Appreciate your time on that.
Thank you,
Thank you
Judith.
for coming.
Thanks, Guillermo. Thank you all. Ciao.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. Welcome back. Hopefully you guys had a good lunch. I wanted to start the class back up by just recapping everything that Judith said. I know that that's a lot, a lot of a lot. That's kind of been the main theme of all coding boot camps. Just know that if you didn't catch everything, that's okay. You're going to see all of that stuff again at your first tech job. You're going to see all of it. Features, stories, epics, sprints, all that you're going to see all again. But that exercise, especially the ID8s or the crazy eights, those things are really, really useful, and being able to parse the stories into smaller pieces. That's going to become really important, not only in your individual projects, but in your group project, but then when you get to your actual first dev job, because you'll be tasked sometimes with parsing out the work and breaking it up into smaller chunks or sprints that are maintainable or attainable given a certain time frame, which early on, I'm sure you already figured this out. It's really difficult because you don't know how long some dev work takes. So your estimates are always off, especially early on, especially that first year, year and a half. So you're going to run into this again. It's a really useful exercise, and don't worry if you didn't catch all of it. I just wanted to touch on a simple thing. You know, when you were breaking up your ideas into must-haves, I'm going to type just into this app.js file. Must-haves. Why did that do that? Must-haves, and what were the other one? Like-to-haves? Yes. Help me out
Must
here.
have, could have.
Yeah. Like to have, could have,
And
Must
all
have,
that
should have, could have,
won't have.
won't have, all that stuff. When you get to your first job, it'll typically be P0. Things it will have on first deployment or upon release. And everything's going to scaffold. P1, P0 is just priority 0, right? It will not deploy, it will not release without this one. And then you'll have your P1 priorities, right? Then you have your P2 priorities, and they follow a sequential order, right? So you're going to be doing something very, very similar to that. Early on in your career, you won't be prioritizing anything. But when you get a doc, your job will be to look at all the P0s, because that's probably where you're going to work on, unless you come into a project that's already had other people work on it. You might be working on P1s or P2s, right? So when you're sitting in meetings that you don't really know what's going on and you read the docs, that's what that means. And pretty much everywhere I've gone, it's been this type of format. Make sense? And you can kind of see the roadmap of the application or whatever feature you're going to roll out. Sorry, my camera's all blurry. And in this format. So you'll see this again. So I just wanted to touch on that. All that stuff's actually really, really useful, especially for your, right now for your personal project and your group projects. The best piece of advice that I can give you is create the minimal viable product, or people call it different things, minimum lovable product, I think some companies call it. Pretty much the minimum product that you can release that's going to be functional and work. That's really good advice for your individual projects and your group projects, because I have found, especially in this coding bootcamp, I think maybe all of them are the same, is you have this great idea, but then you'll run into a bunch of issues. A big issue that I see is you won't find the right APIs. So you'll have to change gears. Another big problem that I see is people's scope will be really big. They'll be like, oh, I'm going to do all this. And then they try to do all of it together, and then they can't even get the minimum CRUD criteria to pass the project, right? So the main goal really of your personal project and your group project is, what is the minimum criteria of the project to pass? Do that first. That should be your P0s. Even if it incorporates none of the cool stuff that you want, that should be P0 for everyone here. And then P1 and P2 is all the cool stuff that's going to differentiate your project from projects that have been built before. Does that make sense? Sometimes I have seen when people ask for help, they'll get relatively far in their personal projects because they're trying to implement all of these things and none of it works. I was like, your idea is cool, your landing page is cool, but nothing works. And then you're trying to debug a million things at once. That's really hard. Does that make sense? I'll give you a perfect example. They try to implement like CRUD, right, in their application, but they already built a bunch of stuff on top of the CRUD, right? They added their deletes, they have their edits, none of their pages are working. And when I go to like edit something, it breaks. Or when I go to delete something, it breaks. Or when I go to add something, it's not rendering properly. How many problems do you have there? A lot, right?
A lot, yeah.
Right? So really the right way to do it is the following. Find the minimum requirements, which is just going to be it's going to be like, if I remember correctly, it's using 2 different APIs and then make sure all your CRUD functionality works. Okay, cool. I'm going to get my idea. I'm going to make sure that all that works. I have my 2 APIs and my CRUD works. Even if my application looks like crap. Does it work? Do all the routes work? And we're going to talk about routes here shortly, right? Do all my routes work? Do all my functionality work? Okay, cool. I have a passing grade on this assignment. Awesome. Now let's build out the UI. Let's build out all the extra stuff that I want. Make sense? Okay. Do not make that mistake. That's probably the most common mistake that I see in the personal projects and the group projects to a certain extent. Cool. That's the last thing I want to touch on now. So we're going to go back to the assignment that we had. Can everyone see my screen? React Router? Yes? Okay, so what we were doing before we left is we were trying to get this button to work. And I got it to work 2 different ways, and I wanted to show that to you right here. So this is my main page, and I literally just copied and pasted this giant mini variant drawer component, right? And then we added this little switch, right? I click it, it works. So let's look at the code. And really, I just took it from looking at this, importing this, right? And looking at toggle button. But we're going to look at toggle button in a second. So let's go back to where I had it. It was like line 140. Disregard this commented out stuff. I'm going to look at it right now. This is more or less what we had when we left, right? I had the switch inside my control label form, right? And here I'm passing in a function called dark mode, and then I have on change handle theme toggle, right? More or less what we had when we went on break. Here's my handle theme toggle function, and here's the create theme that I literally just took from, was it here? Was it here? I took it from one of these dark mode toggle things, right? And then I just imported it in here. Notice use color scheme. I thought I was going to use it. That is one way to use it, but I ended up not even using that one, right? I ended up just using the theme provider wrapper in dark mode and wrapping it. I can show you that. There you go. Wrapping all of it, the entire box. So it takes the entire root element and it changes to dark mode. So I wrapped that and then created my quick little function with the syntax that it told me and then threw it in there and then it worked. So pretty straightforward, but I wanted to show you a different way to do it. So this works. Switch. Can you use a switch for dark mode? Yeah, you can. But you could also use a toggle button, right? And this is what I included here. So instead of you doing it this way, I could have used a toggle button, right? Notice how everything's more or less the same. The code is here. I'm using a ternary here, and this is some styling that I can remove, right? But I'm just going to leave it there for now. But notice that the selected and the on change are pretty similar, right? I'm still passing in the same function, and I'm still passing in the same function, right? Here I changed it, right? This code is a little different because the syntax calls for it, but I named it the same thing, and this is literally just a Boolean. Right, and up here, I imported that as well, the specific button. It's toggle button. And notice how switch went dark. It's because I'm not using it anymore. Same thing with form control label, right? So I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna refresh it. Notice how the button moved, right? But look, there's the same functionality. I could have done it that way too. What does this teach you about
Not,
this library? And actually a lot of libraries.
there's not always one right way to do it.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to do it, but it also separates what from what? The component from its what?
Functionality.
Yes. Remember, the component is just a shell. You can attach whatever functionality you want. This could be light mode button, and it could be a clear DOM button. I know, I don't know if that's confusing, right? But I can give it whatever functionality I want. It could say dark mode, and I could turn it purple. Right? I could press a button, I could have a unicorn go across the screen. Right?
What's the dark mode variable that it's grabbing?
It's a
Like, was
theme.
that
It's just applying a theme.
that palette? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Because that was one of the things that like showing everyone else like what that means.
Yes, sir.
Because
It's
that's
in
something you
here.
have to find in the
Right here.
documentation too.
Stole it straight from the docs.
Oh, that's the create thing. That's right. Okay.
Create theme, right? And then you just wrap everything that you're returning because you really want all of it, right? Everything that's being returned on the DOM because it's going to affect all of it.
You
right?
put a
And you wrap.
ternary. Okay, I see how you did it different from mine. You put a ternary in there for the mode.
Mhm.
Mode's either
Yep.
light or dark, depending on what it's creating. Okay, cool.
Right.
Does that,
A bunch of, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, does that mean that there's a was it the tag ending at the bottom then as well, since it's wrapped in the middle of all of it, or no?
Is there a tag ending at the bottom? Not quite sure what that means.
Yeah, how you open close it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You wrap the entire box. There you go. Line
Gotcha.
321.
Okay.
So
Sorry.
yeah, create theme plays into theme provider.
Yes.
And you wouldn't know that unless you read the documentation and
And I
try
didn't
to
know that until I read it.
decipher it. Yeah.
Yeah. But this is something we knew that it was going to be something like this, right? We copied this before break. We knew it was going to be something like this. I thought it was going to be something more like this. And I'm sure this is a different way to do it. I think this is specifically if you want to actually change the color in a specific, like it doesn't have to be dark theme. I think you can even change the color or the shade of the dark theme. You ever see like it's like a navy blue like theme? I bet one of these probably give you the option to do that instead, right? And I just use a switch and I use a toggle button. But in reality, right, I could make this whatever we want. Like if I didn't even want the button and I just wanted to touch this specific element, I'm not sure what this is, an H1, H2. I could press on click on an H2 and do the same thing. That'd be really bad user experience, but it doesn't stop me because the component doesn't change its functionality. Right? That's not how React works. So conceptually, that's probably the most important thing you need to learn. Make sense? Alrighty, cool. I really want to get into the actual assignment for today, though, so I'm not going to go any further with this. If you want to keep going with this, feel free to do so. But this is where I'm going to stop here so we can get to the actual lesson of today. Today's lesson is on React Router. You're going to create multiple routes for a single page application. And the whole point of this is that you don't have to refresh the entire DOM, right? When you're still on the same domain, like, localhost 5371, right? You're on your same application. So that's the whole main idea. So if everyone goes to the README on day 4, I'm trying to figure out how much good time is this. Maybe like 40 minutes. I kind of want to give you 40 minutes for you to get started with this and just follow the README. But an important thing here is, and this is a recommendation that I always give, is I don't like using old starter code for anything. I like always starting the project from scratch, and that's the advice that I'm going to give you here. Just start a completely new project from scratch and follow along with this README, right? And it gives you, you're not going to have to code anything out. Most of it is just copy and paste. but there is going to get to a couple different points where this README isn't actually 100% right. There are some imports that are wrong, and there's a little bit of logic that's kind of funky. That's not going to make it work, right? So what's going to happen now is I'm going to open up a bunch of rooms. You're going to go in there, you're going to follow this. I expect maybe 30 minutes, 40 minutes, you're going to start running into some issues. When you do, ping me, say, Guillermo, room 3, and I'll jump into your room, and we'll try to debug the issue together. Make sense?
So we're going through the whole README, or is there like a point you want us to get down to and stop once we've gotten to that point?
I don't think in the 30, 40 minutes that I give you, you're going to be able to get all the way here. But if you can get literally to this last step, well, to this last step right here, that's where I would want you to stop. I don't think I'm going to give you enough time. 40 minutes is not nearly enough time to get here. But
Okay.
if you get close to here or you get stuck before, you're going to notice that even before this, there's going to be some imports that are not quite right. I want you to try to figure it out. And if you can't, definitely ping me and I'll jump into your breakout room and try to help you out. Make sense? Last thing I'll say about the assignment that we just went over, the importing third-party libraries, I wouldn't worry too much about that idea right now because you're going to be doing that forever. You're going to see that a million times again. I wouldn't worry too much about that. To me, routes are a lot more important because libraries will come later again. Make sense? So if you didn't get very far in the last assignment, I wouldn't even worry about it. I focus all your energy right here. Yes?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Stop share and I'll open the rooms. I wonder if I have all the rooms or just 3 rooms now. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, I think I have all the rooms now. All right, how did we do with that exercise, guys?
I hit a snag towards the end. Like all I've got is a search and a new button, and if I press new, it creates names. But once I go to those names, those no names, like on yours, and I hit edit, it starts hitting up an error, no contact found.
Okay, cool. We're gonna get to yours, Sean. Give me 1 second. That's a slightly more advanced issue that we're gonna deal with in just 1 second. Anybody else run into any other issue? I'm trying to find an error that comes before it hits, so we can touch on that first, because that would make more sense. If anyone has one. You must have got stuck somewhere, or did everyone finish or get close to finishing? That README isn't perfect. I ran through it yesterday. And if you're wondering why things are sometimes a little different, it's because tech changes so quickly. So part of it is on us, but part of it is really just the nature of tech, right? It just changes all the time, right? Someone could build something, right? And the last time someone touched it was 3 or 4 months ago. You go down to pull it down, you try to run it, you follow the README, and it's broken. What? No one's touched it in 3 or 4 months. It's supposed to work. Well, why isn't it working? Probably a dependency changed, or maybe you're running it in a slightly different environment. There could be a whole host of reasons why. Anyone else get stuck anywhere else, or you just ran out of time? Is that what it was? Also possible.
Yeah, at the time.
Ran out of time. What? Anyone else? Can anyone go
I was
ahead?
just saying,
Go
I'm
ahead,
trying to
man.
see
Go
where I
ahead,
messed
Jonathan.
up. I'm trying to see where I messed up because I think I followed everything, and I'm just not having anything display.
Nothing is being displayed.
Yes.
Can you share your screen with me? See if we can figure this.
All right, let me pull up the VS Code again and then share screen. I started messing with things, so I don't know if I messed anything up while trying to fix it, of course, but here, let me pop this and share and make this bigger. Sorry, I'm working with one screen today, so it's like a pain in the butt.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so you in theory finished everything up to the tutorial. Yes?
Like there was like that list at the bottom that I didn't quite get to, but as far as like the copy pasting and changing and the form and all that other stuff, it should all be in there.
Okay, perfect. Show us your browser.
Okay. I gotta change this then. Hold on, let me change what I'm sharing then, my bad.
Yep, no worries. If you can overlap them a little bit, kind of like I do sometimes.
Okay, so let me make this smaller
Yeah,
then.
just shrink them both 2/3 size or something. There you go. Just
Pop
like
this
that.
up.
Okay, pull up your browser.
Okay, it's right here.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, this one.
Yeah. Okay, what's the very first thing you should be looking at right here?
Probably my. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Sorry.
You are right though. Go ahead and pull up your inspector tools, right?
Yeah. Done.
X out of that, you can just do right click inspect, or I think it's F12 is the hotkey. I don't remember.
That. Let me close that. There we go. Okay.
You can right click inspect if you want.
Double. Okay.
Pull this open. Sorry, this is that weird thing. You just got to go to the console. That's it.
And then console. Where are you at?
There you go.
Bam.
Well, we don't. You can close the other part. It doesn't. You can close
This one?
this other part. We don't need it. We only need a console log, and you can actually break it down, bring it down, and just put it at the bottom of your.
What do you mean break it down?
So you can change where it is. It can be on the right hand side. It can be on the bottom.
Was it like
You can shrink it and bring it
okay?
down to the bottom.
How do I move it? Is it here? No. I don't know how to move the console on this.
is it in the settings gear icon?
Here.
Maybe not. I don't.
Show. Network. Workspace.
Maybe it's
Okay.
not in there.
No, it's not in there. X out of that. It should be. Go to the double arrows next to right console. No, go to the triple dots next to the X on the right hand side. There you go. Put it
Oh, there you
up
go.
down. Put it
Okay.
down. Okay. Now expand the top part. I don't know why that's like that.
What do you mean? Oh,
Yeah,
I see what
this
you're
right
saying.
here.
Okay.
Can you get rid of that in any way? Go top right hand corner, those three dots. Check what that is.
Show.
Reset defaults or close DevTools. Close DevTools. See what that does. No, close DevTools. We don't need this specific one. We just need the web page. Okay, open the DevTools. All right, so we have your console log at the bottom. That's what we wanted. And now up here, we just want your browser, your local host to show up.
Okay. So how do I do that then?
Isn't it showing it right there in front? The big black square? Because he's running into the error that I noticed earlier, where like they never told you how to get the loader in your edit contact element right, for the route. They do
Okay,
an action, but there's no contact loader imported.
okay, cool. Okay, this is apparently your browser. Sorry, you could tell I'm not a front end dev. Okay, so we're just gonna assume this is gonna show at some point. Yes?
Sure.
We fixed that error.
All right, cool. All right, let's look at the error right there. It says reference error on main. Go to line 28 on main. This contact loader is not defined. Okay.
28 loader, contact loader.
On line 20th, this is contact loader. Are you importing contact loader?
No.
Okay, bring it in. It's from routes contact. That's what you're missing here.
Route contact.
Right there
Show
on line 7, you can just add to it. You can go contact, comma, curly braces, space, loader as, or action as, or what is it? Loader as contact loader? Yeah.
Loader as
Contact loader.
yeah, contact.
All
Yep.
right, cool. And so now that's available. Let's go back to our error, check if that changed.
Source roots contact.jsx does not perform an export named loader.
Okay, cool. So loader on main JSS line 7
Okay.
from routes contact JXX. All right, go back to your browser, the console log thing. Okay, it's saying this specific file does not provide an export name loader. All right, so we know that the issue has to be on contact JXX. So let's go to that page. And they're saying there isn't a loader here. Let's look through it. There's a favorite. There's a big contact function. What are you missing?
Does not provide an export named loader, so I should find something that's exporting loader, right?
Yes, you need the function loader right after line 2. Right after line 2, hit a couple enters, and you need to find your loader function. Do you have it somewhere, or can you find it? It's just going to be something like export async function loader, something.
Okay. Contacts, loaders. Okay, we're getting closer.
Go down. I thought I saw it. Did I not? Go down.
Export. Oh, right here. Yeah.
Try that. Is that the one?
Export async. Now that we
That's roots. Read at the top of it. That's in roots, so that's not the right loader, but it's something pretty close to that. Anybody know which loader it is? It's the other one. It's the one that's just returning one contact, right?
I don't have that under my children path for the contact element either. But I do, I did put it into the path for the root itself. Maybe,
The root JSX.
yeah, so root JSX has it. Is that what we're,
Yep,
that's what
that's
we're trying to do?
one. But contact also has a loader actually, but this one doesn't return all contacts. This one just returns one contact, right? I'll go to set it if I can find it real quick. Try this. I'll go ahead and post it in the Slack channel. Try that. In the Gulf channel. Did I just put it in there? Yeah. Scroll down.
I'm at the bottom.
Oh no, you're in the thread. Come out of the thread.
Oh, okay. My back out.
There you go.
Copy. And we said in contacts JSX, right?
Throw it at the
Right
top.
here.
All right, save it.
I got autosave on.
Oh yeah. Just go back to your browser. Let's look.
Refresh. React DOM is not defined at main JSX, line 39.
Okay, did we fix that other error though?
It's not showing.
Perfect. Keep going. All right, so now we got React DOM is not defined. This is going to be what kind of error, everyone?
Says reference,
Yeah, so what does that mean? We're missing or what?
an import.
Yep. You're missing React DOM at the top probably. Go to your code, go all the way to the top. React DOM's probably not in there. Yep. You're missing React from React and React DOM from React DOM client at the top.
And then it was what, React DOM?
React DOM is going to be from React-DOM/client.
What is it again?
Oh, sorry. I can just send them to you. I don't know why I did that. There you go. You can paste them. I just sent them in the Slack. I'll delete all the spam later. Sorry, guys. I should have just been smarter about that. But throw it at the top. Sometimes you're going to notice, guys, sometimes if you have weird import issues, try to put the most important ones at the top. I've noticed with with React, it sometimes does that. Never dug too deep into it as to why. I'm sure there's a reason, I just don't know it. All right, you can save it for now. We can clean up later. Let's just check. Hey, do we have a different error? Has progress been made here?
No hydrate fallback element provided to render during initial hydration.
Okay, what's happening here? What do we notice here? You can ignore the hydration thing for now. Disregard that. What's happening here?
Oh, okay, I see.
So what did
Random
we figure out
context.
here? What did we figure out here, though? This looks like it's working.
Yeah, no, it looks like it. Search new contact, and I have no
Try to see if you
contacts.
can add a contact. Just put like max and then hit new. Check if it adds it to your.
No name,
Okay, it's giving
no.
you no name. You clicked it twice. Click max again. Check if it gives you 3. I think you clicked it twice there. Okay, it's adding a bunch, but it's adding them, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we're getting kind of close. All right. Click on no name. Does it go to the other? Does it route to the different page? Okay. This looks pretty right. Click on edit. Check if that works. Okay, that doesn't work. Go back. All right, click on delete. Check if it deletes it.
Okay.
Okay, that doesn't work. All right, so this is actually really close. You need to figure out why your DOM isn't showing the right way, but that's fine.
Okay.
We can tackle one problem at the time. Let's tackle edit. All right, so go back. We know that our edit button doesn't work. Okay, so where do you want to start here?
Where did we put the edit thing? Path. We have our edit element.
All right, no. Everyone should be paying attention to exactly what I said. Where should we start? You did it the right way, but you didn't say anything. Oh, did I? Oh no, I'm recording. Okay. All righty. Where do we want to start? Notice we fixed your application. How did we fix your application?
We looked at the console log and saw what it was throwing error-wise.
Yeah, we just looked at the errors and we tackled each error one by one. That's exactly how I do it. Makes sense? If it was a real application, I use my debugger or my VS Code or IntelliJ or whatever coding language I was using, and I'd step through the issue. I'd put breakpoints and I'd work through it. But this is also, if you're working on front end stuff, it's a pretty easy way to do it. Right? Just look at the errors. It's going to tell you exactly what's happening. And if you know how to read them, you just kind of work through it one by one. Make sense?
Yeah.
You should always have your inspect on, especially if you're doing front end work. Always. Okay. So we already fixed this, but we know that a couple of the routes are broken. This edit route doesn't work. So what's the first thing that we're going to look at? You did it, but you didn't say it. What's the first thing we're going to look at?
Console.
Not quite. You clicked the edit button and it broke. So we're creating a React application and we're implementing what right now? What are we studying? React router, right?
Yes.
Okay, so our route on the edit button click broke. Where should we look first?
The route, right?
Yes. Did that route break because it doesn't exist?
Contacts.
All right, go back to your code. We're looking in the right place.
Right
Look
here,
at
right?
main. Yeah, answer. Anyone can answer this question, but I need you guys to answer it. Is our edit button breaking because our route is not there?
No, it's right there. It's
Yes.
Contacts, contact ID, edit.
There you go. Our edit route is correct. It exists. So our edit route, our button click is not breaking because the route doesn't exist. It exists. I can look at it right now. It's right there. It's on line 29. Okay, cool. We know that our edit route exists. There it is. There's the path. There's contact ID /edit. Okay, now we're still getting an error message. What's the next place that we should look?
Maybe our element? No?
Which element?
Well, it's element edit contact, right?
All right, let's go there.
Okay. Where the heck? Yeah, I'm just gonna command click it, right? I can do that, right?
Yep. Okay, so let's look here. All right, we have edit contact, and then we have what looks to be a form, right? Yes?
Yeah. Contact
How,
first, last.
yeah, this looks to be a form. Okay, cool. What do you guys think
Right.
we should do here?
Should be collecting information, right? A
Yeah,
form is made to get user info.
yep. Go back to the main, Jonathan. Go back to your main page and let's click to clear your console and let's run through the data flow very quickly. Once again, go back to your browser and your console log. I want you to clear it. Go back to the main page. You can go back, but you can click that button. This probably get you there.
Okay.
All right, go right here. All right, clear your console. It's the little circle with a little line through it, bottom left-hand corner of your console log.
Right
You can
here.
clear it. Yep. All right. Now I want you to click edit button and check it, what we get here. Click the edit button. All right. What does this tell us here?
Get contact is not defined. Under contact, line 419, whichever one, 419.
Okay. So we jumped the gun a little bit, right? We went straight to, we think there's something wrong with our edit component. We forgot to look here, and that's on me. So we looked here on the edit, and we're getting this error. All right, so we need to go to contact JSX line 4 and check why is get contact not defined.
Await get contact. Turn the response not found. So there's a promise. So it's not getting the contact, it's throwing the error response that we put in. Why is it not getting it?
So what's the issue here? Where's the error? It tells you right there in the get contact. Where's the error coming from?
Line 4, it's not defined at the loader.
Yes.
You gotta
It
import
says-
it there.
Import what?
The get contacts from your JS, contacts.js. You don't have the function in there.
Yep. You need to get contact in there. It's going to come from contacts, I believe. Actually.
Yeah, contacts.js
Yeah.
is what it
Yeah,
should be
you're.
called.
Yep.
Yours is
So you need the function, right? Get contact.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it would be import curly braces, get contact from contacts.
Contact from
There you go. Now you can go ahead and just redo exactly what we just did, clear your console and see if we're still getting that error. Because if we still are, we need to redo it. All right, we hit the edit button. Okay, cool, different error. We fixed that one. And now we're getting a cannot read properties of undefined reading first. Now we go to our edit. We try to jump to the edit component earlier, but we jumped the gun. We still had that import error. All right, we fixed the import error. Now we're here back to kind of where we were before. So we're looking at edit and we're looking at line 23 here. It's saying undefined, but look at the next thing that your error says. It says it's reading first.
Reading first at edit.
That's a little strange. What first is it reading? It's getting it from somewhere.
Should be the contacts, right?
Click on it. It looks like it's reading some kind of string called first.
Keys.
There appears to be something hard coded. Can you find it? What about the contact? Like it's trying to get contacts, but each contact is made up of, it's in that JSX file, right? Look at contact.
Get contacts, create contact.
Look at contact
Oh, right here.
JSX.
Or,
No,
oh,
no. Contact JSX. Right. Remember, because there's
Yep.
contacts, but there's one contact. And each contact, look at what's being created there.
Your name.
Your name. Right. It looks like something like this appears to be undefined. Okay. Cool. And the problem is, so keep this in mind. It feels like this is where it's coming from. Contact. This is a hard-coded contact. That's not exactly what we want, right?
No.
For right now, it's going to be fine, but eventually we're going to have to change this to what? To load all the data that's already in there, right? All the contacts that someone adds. There's if you just started your application, it should have no contacts because no one's added any, right? But once you start adding them, it should add them to kind of like a list. And then you should be able to like remove it, edit them, all that good stuff, right?
Yeah.
And right now it's just hard coding this contact, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so keep this in mind. This is going to eventually have to change. So now let's go to the edit page on line 23.
Page line 23. Default value.
Default value, contact first. Right? It's saying that it's undefined. How would we go about solving this? Because it's grabbing your contact object and it's trying to get a key name first, right? That's what line 23 is doing?
Yeah, default value, it's an object because it's got the
Yeah.
contact dot first. And then our contact dot first, where the heck did it go?
It's under contact.jsx.
Oh, it's right here. Right here.
Right? It's saying that this is undefined. Right?
Yeah.
How would we go about fixing this?
Anybody any ideas?
Go to your main.js, JSX. Right? So this is, we have contact loader and we have edit action. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's all in edit. So all that logic should be in edit.
So then I go to my edit. Placeholder first, default value.
How do you try to debug this? You know that the error is here, right? Contact first. It's throwing undefined. How do we try to debug this? This is for everyone, not just Jonathan. Thank you for sharing again, Jonathan.
Yeah, no problem.
This is what you do when I'm not looking, right? Where people are not looking, you're sitting in your own Zoom room. You're like, oh crap, how do I, right? This is what you do.
I mean, I tried fixing things and didn't do very well. So
No worries, right? So just do it live right now. What would you do?
all right.
And anyone can chime in. It doesn't have to be just Jonathan. I appreciate him sharing the screen. I know this is not easy.
Yeah, it's so hard when you're on the spot, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, what do we know it's undefined? Contact dot first, right?
Yes.
How do we check if contact is undefined? What if contact is not coming in to edit contact properly? What if contact dot first is undefined because contact is undefined? How do we check that? We can check that here.
I was gonna say, is there somewhere I can put like a console log to see
Can we
if I'm
can we put a console log on line 13? Is contact coming in properly?
console log, and then it would be it would just be
Just be contact,
contact,
right?
contact.
No,
Oh, wait,
just put contact and then just put a prefix on it or a string before it in big capital letters. Be like, this is my contact, and then comma, and then you can make contact your second parameter. And quotation marks. I don't know. And you know how it doesn't have to be a template. Just put there you go, comma. There you go, just like that. There you go. Save it, go all the way to the beginning and see what you get. Is contact coming in properly here?
This is not
Clear.
undefined.
No. Clear it and run it from the beginning just to make sure. I'm sure this is right,
Ooh,
but go
clear
back to the beginning.
back. Edit. Yeah,
Okay. So what's the
undefined.
issue?
It's not even getting any information for contact.
Okay. So we know that the error on what our line tells us is that, hey, look at edit.jsx on line 23 on character 33. That's an error. Contact.first. But now we know that that's actually not the error. The error is that contact is coming in undefined. Therefore, you can't access a key of an undefined data type because it's not even an object, right?
Right.
Obviously, that's going to throw an error. Okay, so we know that our error is on line 12. Right? Our error is on line 12, and it has to do something is weird about line 12 because once we get to line 13, it's undefined. Everyone think and kind of look, what's wrong? Take a minute. Keep taking a minute, but listen. What's the goal here? What are we trying to get for line 13 to be? We need line 13 to be what?
Like the data. You're supposed to grab the
Yes.
data and load it
It needs to be
somehow.
defined. It needs to be something, right? It needs to be the hard-coded value or a value of a new contact that I create, right? It has to be real data. It can't be undefined because then my application breaks, right?
Yeah.
So the goal here is we need line 13 to be defined. We need contact to be defined, and there's something weird going on line 12. That's what we're trying to solve here. Take another minute or two.
Is that trying to use it like a prop like that?
Is that the issue?
Is that trying to use use state? Because if it is, it's not right.
No, it's not trying to use use state. I think you're pretty close to the answer there.
What?
What would we change it to?
Well, shouldn't we move those curly brackets though? Because it,
Maybe.
yeah, I think that. So this is going to be rendering, right? So it's saying use loader data. Loader data is a function.
Yeah, it's a function.
It's a function that's returning something. We're not making it a dictionary, right? Or an object. So if that's not the case, we need to remove those brackets.
Yes, you need to. Well, your explanation was really weird, but you're not pulling a key from a dictionary, which is what line 12 is, right? Remove the curlies and see what you get. You're just getting an object. You're getting the contact object, right? And then we're going to try to grab the keys from it and see what we get. Okay, run it back from the beginning.
Back, clear this, and edit. Holy moly.
That's closer. Oh, go on first name. Go on first name and last name, put max power or whatever. Try to see if you can edit it. And then save it. Because now we're checking if the save button works.
Max power.
There you go. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So now our edit route works, right? And we can edit and save. So that's awesome. We fixed that. Cool. Let's try the delete. Click on delete. All righty. Our delete route doesn't work. What's the first thing we want to look at? We looked at our thing. It says 404, and 404 is what kind of error? So it tells you right there. It's not a secret.
Not found.
Not found. What does that tell us right away?
There's no delete route.
Yeah, let's go to our routes.
Main. We never put one in. Right?
Excellent. And which one is this main? Yeah, this is on main. Okay, so we have a contact route, we have an edit route, and now we need what kind of route here?
Delete.
Yeah, where do you think it would go based on just looking at this?
I'd probably make it another key value pair underneath the edit,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, sir. Go ahead and make a path and make contacts, contact ID, and then just call it. I think the Rabies says destroy, so you can go ahead and just put destroy. I don't know whether to destroy the. Could have been delete. That doesn't matter.
ID slash. You said destroy?
Yeah, I just do destroy because I think that's what I saw in the README. Remember, second D and ID is lowercase.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Contact ID.
Okay, so we saved the path. This looks pretty good. Awesome. And it's also going to need, it's not going to really need an element, right? Because we're going to delete straight from the edit page, right? It's going to be that same edit page. But it is probably going to need what kind of action?
Real quick, does that path supposed to have a semicolon in it?
Colon,
Could be a
colon.
colon.
Yeah, colon after
Right here.
contacts forward slash. No. On line 34, you put a semicolon.
Oh, okay.
You actually misspelled contact too. Contact.
Oh, geez. Okay.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you again for volunteering. I know it's not easy typing when people
Yeah.
are looking at you.
I need
All
this
right, contact ID
practice.
destroy. All right, cool. So let's not worry about loader because we don't need to load anything because remember, we're on the edit page already. So we don't need, we're going to delete on the edit page. That's what the delete button is, right? So we're going to need some kind of action. What kind of action do you think we're going to need here? You can just call it what?
Destroy action.
Sure, destroy action. And we're missing one more thing here on line 12.
Import. I guess that would be destroy contact, and then it would be what?
Yeah.
Action
Yep.
as destroy action,
Yep.
kind of.
Yep.
Import.
Now we're doing this just because we're on this file right now, but what's going to be the very next thing that we create?
Would be a destroy.jsx? No.
Yeah. Yeah, because we're importing it, but we don't have it yet. We don't have that logic yet. We don't have a file yet to do it Yeah,
from,
but you know where it's going to go, right? So you can go ahead and type it where you're going to import it because you're going to create it here in a second. It's going to be the same as the edit route, right? It's going to be in that same folder.
routes. We'll call it what? Destroy, I guess. Destroy.jsx.
Mm-hmm. There you go. All right, so now we've imported it. This looks good. We got our route. Now we need to create this destroy file. Let's create it. It's the exact same place.
There we go.
All righty.
Okay.
And check, we're not going to create this from scratch. Do we have some of this logic somewhere? Like, did they give us any code that we can just copy and paste anywhere? Is there any like action that deletes something that we could maybe modify?
There's action destroy here.
Yeah, that's where I got that from. That's why I knew it'd be destroy. Okay. Yep. So we're gonna do something similar. Look at context.js. There's some code in there that we're gonna use. We're gonna import something from context.js to destroy. Can you tell me what it is? Context, the JavaScript file.
Oh, my bad. Let me go here. Okay.
There's some code in here that we're going to use in our destroy.js apps. Which function do you think we're going to need to import into the other file?
Right here's a delete contact.
There you go. That kind of sounds like what we need. Cool. Why don't we import from context this delete function and just use it, right?
Okay, so No, import, what was it?
Delete
Delete
contact.
contact. Okay. Oh, this stupid bar that pops up.
What else?
Okay.
Alrighty, cool. So now let's just export. We could export inline, export async function action. And this is going to be our, you can just call that an action, right? This is an action. This is what I want it to do. And what do you want it to do?
Trying to think of how I want to type it up. We want to delete the object.
Yes, we want to delete the object. So how are we going to remember this is an async function, so you're going to await what?
Uh,
The delete, right?
yeah.
Just use the delete. Just do await delete contact, right?
Okay.
And then you're going to pass in what as a parameter?
What is it? It's not ID. What was the console log we did? I can't remember. Contact? No. Yeah, right.
It's contact ID, but remember you're bringing in an object, right? So go back to destroy, and it's going to be, remember what's coming into your function now. What's the parameter coming into your function? It's called what? You're getting ahead of yourself.
Okay.
The parameter is params, so it's going to be param something, right?
Yeah.
All right, so it's going to be params what? Params is the object, and we need what key? The contact ID, right?
Contact ID. Okay.
There you
Yeah,
go.
yeah, yeah.
So go ahead and pass that into that delete function. Contact ID is lowercase, right? Contact lowercase and then capital I lowercase d. It needs to follow its contact, delete the period, right? Because contact ID is the value of the key of the contact object, right? But remember, params is a parameter. So it would be params dot contact ID because that's the object being passed, right? No. It would be params on line 4. That's params, that's fine. But it'd be params dot contact ID on line 4.
Okay. Yes.
Params dot contact ID. There you go. Okay, and we want to delete that. And then we want to return. It'd be dope that after we deleted something, we'd go back to what page you think?
The normal one that shows the list of all the names, right?
Yeah. So let's return to redirect just to the main page. How do we do that? React Router DOM has a function called redirect. So you can return redirect and then just give it the path wherever you want it to go.
Redirect, and then what's the?
It's just / right? That's homepage. But remember, redirect is a function, so you need
Parentheses.
And then it's a string, so it'd be string / right? So it's quotation marks / inside the parentheses, because the / it's a parameter for the redirect function call.
Okay.
Sweet. This is pretty close. The only thing we're missing is what do we want to do if the the contact ID is missing? Let's just put a conditional, right? After line 4, just say, hey, if the conditional is missing, just throw a new error or something. If that contact ID is missing, just throw a new error. That's fine.
No.
No. Just do what is it? It's a bang.
Mark.
There
Exclamation
you go.
point.
Yeah. Use a bang at the beginning. Params ID. There you go. Curly braces and just throw new error. Contact ID missing. Oh no, you just hit enter right here. Hit enter right here. Inside the curly braces? No, inside the curly braces. You still need the curly braces.
Gotcha.
hit enter, and then right here, just do throw. Type the word throw, new, and then capital E. Just type out error, parentheses, and then just a string that says, hey, content ID or yeah, contact ID missing or something. Yeah, this looks good. Save it, and then let's run it from the beginning. Check where we're at.
Should be safe. Okay, it's on auto save.
You could delete contacts and then that number at the top if you need to. Just bring it back to 5173 localhost.
Import.
No. Well, it should probably work.
Restart your server. Let's see what's happening here.
Control C.
Alrighty, let's look at this error here. Oh, just a typo. Routes destroyed on main.
VS Code. Find main. And then. Oh, forgot the E. Yeah. Refresh. No.
You're missing what, a forward slash there, right? On line 13?
Yeah, in the beginning of it.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, no, that looks right. Routes destroy. Yeah, that looks right.
Routes destroy, import. Wait, did we call it something else though? Destroy contact. We called it.
Go back to your error. Can you play that error and run it again? What's that? It's saying failed to resolve import routes destroy. Does the file exist? Why is it throwing the same error on line 13 now?
Destroy contact action from
Turn off your restart your server. Check.
terminal. See. Close this out. Looks better. And click, and that does not look better. Option I. L to load
All right.
resource. The server responded with status of 500.
Alrighty, let's go back to our code. All right, let's look at the path. Path looks good. Routes, JSX. Remove a destroy contact. You don't need that actually. We're not passing any kind of component. I doubt that's what it is, but let's just touch base on everything. Save. All right, nothing. This looks good. All right, what's the next thing that we touched?
We just created it, no?
Yep. Give me 1 second. Params, contact ID, that's right. Throw new error, params contact ID, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Go to destroy. Look at params. Put params in curly braces. Destructure it. Save.
Okay. And then
I can't help but feel that it shouldn't be doing this. What's going on here?
action as destroy action. Delete contact. Well, that was the thing that was in the JS file.
Hey, can you comment out line 4 through 11? Comment out 4 through 11 and check if like this error changes. What's going on?
Still not
This
happening.
is this is what makes me suspicious. It feels like it's not updating.
Can I see the error again, please?
It
Fail,
says error aborted,
fail to resolve
but it's
import
not changing anything.
import routes
It-
destroy JSX from source.
It's asking if the source main.jss doesn't exist in failed to resolve import. Okay. Really.
Or where are you doing the import at?
Oh, I spelled it wrong. It's the story.
Ah, good catch.
Like, oh my gosh. Wait till you guys are doing this in front of everybody, man. Destroy.jsx, right?
There you
Hey,
go. All right, let's go max power.
max power.
Edit something on max power just to make sure that give them power 5,000 or give them Twitter handle, give them something. Okay, awesome. Yeah, save it. Make sure that we haven't broken anything.
Okay.
All right, now when we hit the delete, what do we expect to happen?
It go away and come back to this page or stay
Okay,
here
now
rather.
max, yes, delete. If we delete here, it should come off the list and we should be rerouted back to here without contacts and without that specific contact ID in the browser URL. Yes? It
Yeah.
should go back to home. Try it.
Okay, here we go.
Money. Thank you, Jonathan. That's good for right now.
All right, thank gosh. Whew.
I know that was stressful, so I really do appreciate you volunteering.
Yeah,
It's always nerve-wracking. I just know it's also nerve-wracking for the instructors. We don't know if things are going to work out sometimes. They just sometimes like that error. I think Mike caught it. I didn't catch it.
I appreciate the experience, so.
For sure. Let's look briefly at the end of this challenge here. Just very briefly. Share, dose. Boom. All right, I'm sharing my screen, right?
yes.
Okay, it says touch-ups and user experience. Okay, while we're technically finished with the functionality, updating the user experience, still lacking a lot of polishers. Users can update data because contacts are still empty when first created. That's something you can try to work on. Notice that when you create Max, what does it give you? New user, right? Or something like that? Is that what it gives you?
It says no name.
No name. There you go. When I add Max, it adds them as no name, right? It needs to add them as what?
His name.
Max,
That's max, yeah. Max
right?
power.
Or max power if there's a space in there. You can try to work on that. That would be pretty useful, right? Because right now it just adds them. Hint, hint, it's because of the hard code you have in there, right? But you can remove some of that code and have them be added dynamically. Keyword here. All right, so you can work on that. User interaction isn't very responsive with selections missing highlights and old page data not clearing while the new page data is loading. This is a lot. This should probably be more than one bullet point. But one of the main things from this bullet point that I noticed is when you add Max, notice how the search thing or where you add it doesn't clear. That should clear, right? That's a better user experience. You can work on that. No method for deleting data. Wrong. We fixed that right now. So you can delete data now. There's a user-friendly by providing index routes. This is more of a like a formatting thing. You can work on that one. Not going to touch on that. This is an interesting one and a pretty attainable one. Number 5. Users should have a cancel button in case, and I think there is a cancel button actually, but it doesn't actually do anything. When you go to edit, you can delete. Can you cancel? I can't remember. I thought there was a cancel button. There is, right?
Cancel doesn't do anything. Yeah.
Okay.
The button's there, yeah.
So just off the top of the dome, what functionality needs to be added to that cancel button for it to kind of adhere to bullet point 5?
Redirect.
That's it, right? It's just a simple, you don't even need to clear because by redirecting and re-rendering the component, it just goes away. You didn't save it anywhere, right? So that's a simple one that you can get. This is probably the hardest one. 6. Stretch challenge if you finish. Implementing search functionality is commonly expected when working with lists or large data sets. Right now, you only have like 4 elements, but what if your list was 1,000,000 elements and there was 1,300 mats? And they all had the same last name that started with the same like 7 letters, right? You could implement a search, a fuzzy search, or key letter search, or even you ever type something into Google or any search engine and then a dropdown appears about what you're likely to type? Pretty dope, right? You could kind of look into that. That's a little bit more advanced. So maybe that's too high speed. But that would be all really cool things to look into because it's real functionality you might one day need to implement. Even the idea behind fuzzy searching and keywords and ranking searches is really, really powerful, even before AI. Now it's even more powerful with AI, but that's a really useful thing that people do all the time. Even the idea of pulling what they're most likely going to type and keyword matching or key letter matching is actually not that easy to do, especially when you have an enormous data set, like let's say 100,000,000 elements, right? That's really tough and really resource intensive. So if you were to implement a pretty efficient way to do it, that would be pretty impressive. So 6 is by far the hardest. Additional UI responsiveness, like spinning load icons when you click the button, right? Should clear the thing, maybe put a little like circle thing up that it's loading and it's adding a user, or a little pop-up to say, hey, adding user, so people don't double click or something. Also, I think the button lets you double click, or it was adding multiple elements of the same user, but with different IDs, which was confusing. I don't know if that was just too many clicks or just or some of our code is a little wonky, but you need to improve that. Or when you press it, freeze the button for a little bit. You could even freeze the button for a little bit. Or how to not allow duplicate entries if they have the same name and the same last name. That does happen sometimes, but they would have a different contact ID, but you could prevent it somehow. That would be cool. And then additional arrow handling, which is true of literally any web page you're ever going to build. And then if you want the second half of the tutorial, you can go here. But honestly, guys, if you got anywhere close to finishing a couple of these, that would be more than enough. I wouldn't even bother going into this if you don't really have the time. And if you haven't gotten as far as we did today, plus at least a couple of these. I would tackle whichever one, after you finish this, I would tackle whichever one interests you the most. If search interests you the most, do that. If you are responsiveness, because you have more affinity to the front end appeals to you, work on that. That's it. Stop share. Questions?
I would just like to see how that delete code worked again, because I was trying to follow along with him as much as I could, but for some reason my delete doesn't work and it doesn't throw an error or anything.
Share your screen. We have 7 minutes. All right, click on your console log. Or you already have your console log up, right? Yeah, there you go. Okay, go to Joe.
Go to where? Sorry.
Click on Joe, your user,
Okay.
or yeah, Joe. All right, hit delete.
Yeah, nothing happens.
Nothing happens. Okay, what's the first thing we should look at?
Well, start at the main, right? Start from the top.
Yep, start from the top. Let's go look at main. You have contacts, contact ID, destroy action. Are you importing right action as destroy action routes? Routes destroy. Yep. Okay, what's the next thing?
And then we follow this route, this path, right? Go to the actual destroy itself.
Okay, so we go to destroy. And what do we have here? We have export, async function, action, params. If params throw error, delete contact params, contact ID, redirect to main, delete contact, React router. This looks right. This looks right. Okay, so where else could we look? This looks right, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm lost.
So, I guess a few things that automatically stand out. Will you take it back to the webpage as well?
Does that mean maybe the JSX isn't working?
Not
The JavaScript, but yeah, go ahead, Mike.
so that information in that nav, I guess, or whatever that is possibly a list, maybe, or it is something. So we're already following. So what is delete contact? Is that a function?
Yeah,
Okay. It's a function that it's being passed some information. Where is that? This is delete contact here.
yeah,
Local storage, get
like
item contact, let index contact, find index contact ID equals index, splice, await, set contact.
this is the copy from the repo.
So function is an ID, so it's going to local forage to get item contacts, index contact. So that nav information there, right? It I don't know if it doesn't seem like it's going to delete something from that. I don't see that a particular object. Where are we messing with that at?
It's a function
Right.
that passes in an ID. Delete, delete
And you
contact.
do pass it. I would go to your destroy looks right. Your main looks right. Oh, do this. Go to the browser, add a new name. Add a new name. I'm guessing that maybe Joe doesn't have an ID, right?
Add some at the bottom, I guess, or top.
Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Yeah, the one that you just added. Hit edit. The edit works. And just whatever. Save. Okay. Now hit delete on this. Check if we get anything.
Maybe. So I don't know which one, because Joe says at the top, and these are all like, should I just
Yeah,
name them
yeah,
all and
but
try to delete them all?
no. That's fine. ASD didn't delete, right?
Right.
But so he just saves it, but that gets saved in the local storage, right? Where is this list at? Where is that represented in the code at?
Well, I guess we start from the edit area, right? Because when we create it, make the contact.
That's a component, right?
Right.
So
Yeah,
what component is that?
I think it's the contact is what's created, and then when you want to edit it, it goes to the edit component, right? Or did I miss something here? Because I did have a little snafu here, and I tried to correct it while we were working on Jonathan's.
Okay, so contact is a return contact avatar. Because I honestly think there's something missing in regards to that. So for instance, like if it were a list, let's just say, right, we pop, append, right, or whatnot. And so if we're
Hey,
deleting
scroll
something,
down. Actually, scroll down to your contact. Is your path right? Go all the way down. Stop. Go up. Your form. There should be a post destroy. Stop right here. This is the issue here. So your post destroy. Post. This is contact, right?
Yeah, contact.jsx, not the
Okay.
JavaScript.
All right. So you see post destroy.
Post destroy, yes.
See the action. That action needs to be a template string, right? It doesn't know what to destroy, right? So that action is actually URL. It's go template string /contacts /money sign, curly braces contact.id. /destroy.
Okay, that's what's supposed to be in the
Your action button is here. It took me a second to figure it out, but here I just posted it in the golf.ew. I just sent it to you on the golf_evening and weekend Slack channel. That's what you're missing. That post, the form, it doesn't know where to go.
contacts.
All right, save it.
I don't think
But-
I have that in mind though.
Yeah. Because
I
okay.
didn't do it like that.
I mean, let's try it out and see if whatever.
Oh no.
I mean,
Yeah, we left mine as action equals and then string destroy.
Just destroy?
Yeah. I'm trying to see what's different. I haven't seen anything yet.
Post contacts. I did mine a little different. Just as destroy, right?
Action equals and then string destroy.
Okay. All right. So what would you do?
that's the thing. I'm not getting any errors or anything. Where am I gonna?
Okay, so where will we throw console log here to kind of narrow this down? Anyone know?
Well, under the destroy method to see if it's even getting in here.
Yes.
Let's start
Where you're-
backwards from there.
I would throw a console log in the delete contact. Is it even giving that? If it's not getting to the delete contact, you got to go one up, right? The function right before it calls the
Okay.
update delete, which would be your destroy, throw a console log in there, right?
Mhm.
And if it's not in there, it's going to be a little bit one layer up. And that's about it because we only have 3 places it could be.
Delete contact from contacts or contacts. Okay.
Yeah. So
In
I would
here.
throw a console log in there and just put like at the beginning, put a prefix of, hey, delete contact function, and then just put like ID or something. So you know, hey, this is getting here. And then just put ID and you can save it and then run it. And then check, hey, am I even getting anything in console? Because if not, it's not even getting there.
Undefined.
All right. So it is getting there. So what's the issue then?
The ID, it's not grabbing the ID correctly.
Okay, so ID is bad. All right, so let's go to delete contact, which delete contact is being called by what?
Let's see
Your
here.
destroy function, right? The delete
Yeah.
contact is being imported by
Yes.
destroy, right? So we go params. Oh, there's a typo on line 9, hero.
Delete contact on connect.
Connect.
Oh, typos. Yeah. Okay.
Run it.
Yeah.
Solve.
Hero.
That's probably like,
Hero.
is that the number one error usually? Is a typo basically?
No, the number one error is not knowing what you're doing. And if you've ever heard the phrase "everything is difficult when you don't know what you're
Okay.
doing," that is number one. Typos is second, though.
I
No
believe that.
errors. Look
Yeah.
for typos. Got it.
Exactly.
No errors. Look for typos.
Gotcha. But the process that we went through, hey, throw console log there because we know it's not even getting to that function. Okay, had it not got there, then we would have put another console log one layer up. Be like, okay, is it getting there?
Yeah. Debug
Right.
techniques.
Cool. Yeah.
That was a good
cool.
refresher on debug techniques. Awesome.
No worries, dudes. Hey, hopefully we learned something. Try to get as much out of it as you can. Hey, so this course, I'm sure everyone's told you, you're not really meant to be able to finish everything. Your instructors have told you that, right? It's too many hours. Try to get as much out of every assignment as you possibly can. And yes, if you do more hours, you're going to become better. You already know that. But definitely don't stress about it. Try to do as many hours as you can and then move on, Charlie, Mike. Make sense? All right. Have a wonderful weekend, guys. 3 minutes over. Nice job, though.
Thanks again for everything.
Bye.